a singular honor of guiding us through this session in the morning, and I hand over to my colleague Jonah Kirabo in the afternoon. So look forward to
engagement and capacity building to engage in software engineering and courses for cloud architecture. So what stood out for me yesterday was actually the talk from Evelyn Acham about how 70% of Africans do not have the information on climate change, and they are not informed that the effects of climate change, and that actually the people who are affected the most by climate change are actually Africans. The Europeans or the global north per se are the people who have actually benefited the most from carbon emissions, and we have not benefited from the carbon emissions. And we are the ones who are actually hurting the most from such change in climate. And the fact that they are capable of adapting to climate change and we are not is actually the main issue. And there was also a talk on how our negotiators are failing in negotiating for climate justice. And so what I took from that is actually if the system is actually not working, I think there is a call for change. Maybe not a change in the people who are negotiating for us. Maybe they're doing the right thing the wrong way, but a change in the approach. Maybe if we could actually change the approach in which we are actually negotiating, because in most of the talks in COP, we find that these G7 countries, they actually end up being condescending to us. They do not understand our problems, and they do not understand where we come from. So we should change the narrative and actually ensure that the local person who is actually affected by climate change is actually looked at, and the effects of climate change should actually be mitigated or adapted to.
Thank you, Brian. I think we'll take it at that. We'll take two or so more hands, and we'll, okay, there's a hand, and then we'll come here, and then we'll come back to get right away into our panel discussion looking at gender equality and youth inclusion. I'm personally looking forward to this particular panel. Okay, in a minute or so we can get deep into it.
All right, thank you. My name is Arach Glenn Noel, and I'm a GIS specialist. I work with Timeless Uganda. And what stood out for me yesterday was the last panel on policy and governance by our dear RDC from Kotido and forest officer. So I realized that actually that is a great topic in discussion on climate change, and the way they broke down what has been happening in the policy world and what the government is doing, what the district, local governments are doing, what they're doing at the sub-county level. It really impressed me, that there's actually something going on ground up to the lowest level that I didn't realize at first. So I actually loved that. And I believe if we were able to have other representatives from other districts, it would actually give us an overview on how Uganda is handling this climate change adaptation at a higher level from government to the ground. So it really stood out for me, and I believe if we continue to share such ideas, it will give us overviews and we shall be able to make changes here and there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Then one more hand. Okay, let's begin with him, and then we'll end right here. I've not had any ladies, contribute. Okay, I've just thrown a can in the room. Okay, fine. We'll take the ladies as well. Yeah, it's only just, okay.
All right, thank you. My name is Sad Ngabo, and I don't know where I fall, but I do work with some of the organizations that are here. We volunteer with them. But what stood out for me yesterday was the conversation with religious leaders. You realize that religious leaders carry a lot of power, and they shape a lot in what we believe in and in the culture that we do practice daily. So I believe that it was equally important that we bring them to this conversation, because they do carry that power, and with that power, we could do a lot more in mitigating and adapting to climate change.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll end with him. Let's get the ladies first as we prepare to come back this side. In the interest of time, just keep your comment or remark in under a minute so we can fast track on time.
I think you don't have to. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sean Chopinina. I'm a midwife by profession, and I'm from the National Midwifery Association of Uganda.
Okay.
And as well, I work with the Uganda People's Defense Forces, and I'm passionate about climate change and sexual reproductive health. So what stood out for me yesterday was having, I took it as climate change adaptation is a collective responsibility for all. That we have to begin with the small things we see that they do not matter, and we take them as things that matter.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take just one more hand here from the lady, then we'll come back. Yes, there's a hand there. Yes.
Yesterday was an interesting day with so many insights.
Indeed.
What stood out for me?
Please introduce yourself first, then you can.
My name is Kevin Akwero.
Yeah.
I work with Climate Justice Africa.
Okay.
Yes, what stood out for me was the aspect of religious institutions, and I hope that is something we explore.
Yeah.
I have had a chance to interact with young people in the church, specifically in the eastern part of the country, Sorority, and I've seen how the role or what the church can do in helping with adaptation when it comes to climate issues.
Okay.
And yeah, I think the church could play a very, very big role because of how people really how people are influenced a lot in that space. So that's what stood out for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing your thoughts. We'll have one more because our panelist is already online and they've been waiting for a minute and would want to get right to them to just speak their thoughts, particularly on the gender lenses when it comes to climate change adaptation. All right, so 1 minute, then we'll...
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yesterday was a beautiful day, and I almost took home everything that was really said there. But the most important thing that I really took was the talk from the speaker who talked about the built environment in relationship with climate change. My name is John Sechtoreko. I'm a civil and environmental engineer. I'm a climate change activist. I'm a founder of Maycom Eco Solar Stoves. And I'm a Ram the Earth consultant, construction consultant. When she spoke about the built environment, all of us, we know that back in the days, the reasons as to why our parents and grandparents lived longer was because of the houses they really lived in. And because they were so much connected to the environment, to the earth, that's why it was like that. But when it comes to today, the conventional way of construction is really eating us up. And it's a call to all of us to get back to the basics of African way so that we can improve on our lifespan by engaging the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing your thoughts on yesterday. And now, in the interest of time, do permit me to delve deep into our discussion today. And our first panel, ladies and gentlemen, is going to explore the question of gender equality and youth inclusion in climate change adaptation strategies. So we're going to be looking at the critical role that the gender lenses bring to our strive to, of course, bridge the climate change adaptation gap that we have, and considering the fact that, as we know already, climate change affects everyone, but it affects some groups, of course, demographic groups, more disproportionately. And some of those groups are women and young people. So we have Thato Gabaitse, I'm sure I butchered the last name, so we'll probably have to hear the right pronunciation from her, who is coming on board to just share with us the critical role that gender equality plays in our crafting and implementation or rolling out of climate change adaptation strategies. Thato, you're most welcome. I hope you can hear me. The floor is yours right now. Please do unmute and share with us your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Howard, and greetings to everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Thanks. I was waiting for that feedback. Thank you very much. My name is Thato Angelina Gabaitse. I'm based in Botswana. I'm a climate justice advocate and gender equality changemaker. Also programs lead at Agape Earth Coalition. And it is an honor and pleasure to be able to join you guys all the way here in Botswana and just reflecting, hearing from the reflections. I understand it was a very impactful day. And I hope this is not just another ticking the box of social media, that all of these insights that we are gathering from this conference will address the misinformation that is at hand. And like it was said that there's a gentleman who was talking about policy and governance and referencing that he wishes to see more and more representatives of all the stakeholders from the various industries to build those synergies and partnerships, because in as much as negotiators have their own spectrum and world leaders have their own spectrum, it is even in our essence as Africans, as the Global South, to work closely together, because we cannot do anything without that union.
In the beginning, climate change affects everyone, but affects certain demographic groups rather more disproportionately. So from your experience, maybe we could begin with the challenge at hand. From your experience, how does climate change affect women in particular disproportionately, as opposed to maybe the rest of the demographic groups?
The question. Climate adaptation, first of all, is essential, to protect vulnerable populations from the worsening impacts of climate change. And it really is not rocket science that gender equality is not just a social imperative, but it is necessary for successful climate adaptation. And I know one of the issues or the debates that we normally have is the difference between gender equality and gender equity. So just allow me that brief moment to highlight the differences, and then I'll end on to the question. So gender equality addresses the access to rights or opportunities, and not being affected by gender, meaning that everyone has equal rights, right? And gender equity means that we respect all people without discrimination regardless of their gender. And this addresses the inequalities that limit one's ability to access opportunities. This then widens the scope. It includes youth, it will include those living with disabilities, it will also include men, and some of the issues that they battle with, such as mental health, unemployment, and so on and so forth. Now, going back to your question, over 33% of households are women-led in Africa, with the rest of the 70% being subjected to unpaid care, juggling work, and nurturing their communities. I know this is something that seems of more of a role when we're talking about societal norms and cultural understanding, but we need to understand that women are responsible for caring for children, daily responsible for fetching firewood, tending to the livestock, plowing, and all those other family labor duties that we see in rural and remote communities. When climate change or the impacts of climate change affect women, it means that they don't have access to, there's a lady who was talking about sexual reproductive health rights. When there are those budget cuts to address other issues, it affects women in that regard, that some young girls even end up having to drop out of school, so because they cannot even attend school to help out at the home. You see some getting into early child marriages. This is some of the work that I've come across, where older women at the age now 70, just reeling about how they could have had a future, but because there were so many droughts and there was food insecurity in the household, they had to be sold out or forced into marriage so that the other wealthy family can give their family something to eat. So those are the issues that I come across. Thanks.
You've made, and of course, in light of the fact that climate change has so on the question of involving women and girls, what can governments do to ensure, but also of course governments and the different stakeholders, to ensure that women and girls are meaningfully involved in adaptation efforts rather than being sidelined and made just the object of many of these strategies without meaningfully including them in the crafting and eventual implementation of some of these strategies. So how can they be meaningfully involved?
Much. Fortunately or unfortunately, we do have frameworks within the UNFCCC. We have the Gender Action Plan, and then we have the Lima Work Program. But very rarely will you hear these frameworks being mentioned in conferences, in the international fora, or any other discourse, which is very disempowering. But I suppose it then also feeds back to the misinformation that was mentioned yesterday by Evelyn, that 70% of Africans are misinformed. And with that, these frameworks show or break down that we cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach, in as much as we have the gender equality, gender equity issues. There is that lack of understanding that this doesn't mean on your planning phase, you're gathering women at the khotla. A khotla is like at the community where you're getting information for them to understand when you're doing your assessment. It means that you involve them from planning, development, and implementation. But we always see that they're involved in the planning phase and are not involved in the development and implementation. Now, the GAP, which was adopted in 2019 and builds on the Lima Work Program, is designed to ensure that climate action integrates gender equality and promotes women's leadership and participation. Now, this is something that you can use and I advise people to go and find out more information on it so that when they are holding their governments accountable and demanding answers or transparency, this is something that you can use because the GAP has 5 priorities on capacity building, gender balance, coherence, gender responsive implementation, monitoring, and reporting. And each of these priorities aim to elevate national climate policies, which are our NDPs and our NAPs.
To also look at the aspect of youth inclusion because we understand that there are some intrinsic intersectionalities that imagine a woman who is a young person, basically a girl, that I mean, even as a woman they're affected, but it's even worse if, you know, they're a girl. Some of these vulnerabilities are rather exacerbated. And so to extend the conversation to youth inclusion, we know that in many countries, especially in the global south, it's young people who are actually driving the, you know, the activism, you know, the voice, who are trying to hold stakeholders and duty bearers accountable to their commitments, calling their governments to action, calling out the world for their double standards, right? So in your opinion, and from your experience, because I know you've done some youth-led climate justice work, what exactly is the place and role of young people, and what contribution can they make to the, you know, the climate justice struggle, but also in our adoption of context-sensitive climate change adaptation strategies beyond the tokenism that we have seen in many spaces, to ensure that the contribution that young people bring on board is indeed appreciated, is meaningful, but is also impactful?
Thank you very much. Like you have already shared that youth possess like valuable knowledge and skills related, in addition to women as well, related to natural resource management and resilience building at the community level. They have the energy, they have the desire to wanting to see a world change because they've seen or are trying to address the lack of attention that is being given by world leaders. And I mean, it can also go into a lot of intergenerational discourse, but that's not your question right now. And I think the greatest challenge for youth, because I know, and with the experience that having worked with so many youth, you find that at these conferences, a majority of them are youth. But when it comes to the places that they need to be in terms of decision making, they are not afforded that chance. It could be, this is from my own observation, it could be from that lack of understanding of their right, because you can be doing community projects, implementing brilliant ideas, but having that lack of understanding of that gap and how you can fill it to cross over to the other side is what will be that barrier. And I believe that Agape has worked since last year on trying to bridge that gap and empowering youth to be more and more present and to see how best to harness the resources that are available in order to get to the places that they need to. And I want to encourage that as we continue to engage in this work that we're doing, wherever you find the opportunity with funders and whoever has the ability to make things happen, for lack of a better word, encourage them to avail more resources for youth inclusion in these forums. Thank you.
resilience, the grit, they bring the fresh perspectives, they bring the, the creativity, the innovation that we need in our struggle for climate justice, but also in climate change adaptation. But I understand that, for example, in Uganda, young people constitute about 78% young people. But despite that desire that many a time young people do have, they face certain systemic barriers, certain challenges that sort of hinder them from participating meaningfully. So from your experience, the question is twofold. What are some of those challenges that, those hurdles that are preventing young people from participating meaningfully, but also what solutions can we champion to address those systemic challenges that young people face?
Thank you very much for your question. I think the barriers would be, well, allow me to be a bit unconventional. I think we realize how the world is being conditioned. Like you see that more and more of things like social media are being made accessible, and the content that we are being fed kind of drives how we interact with our daily lives. This, I've seen how it has, to a certain level, ruined some of the youth and watered down their ambition and drive to address their issues, because we're seeing more and more of the problems. We're seeing more and more of entertainment. And this is one of the things I want to encourage youth, that in as much as they aren't enough resources, financial, technological, and there are those barriers that we see and experience, whatever opportunity that you have with your social media, do best to tweak that and leverage those opportunities to see how you can build yourself, build your community. Let's not just take it that doing a community project, it means that there are so many other issues that do not lie on me. It's my responsibility as a youth to take it upon myself to change the world and see how best we can move forward as a collective. I hope I've answered your question. Thanks. I've lost I didn't hear what you just said there.
Yes, you have. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Thato. Maybe thank you so much, Thato, for sharing your insights with us. Perhaps before you leave, I would like to kindly request that you share just your parting shots on, our brief discussion we've had, so you can share your parting shots with the audience here, and then we'll be able to transition.
There's a lady who said she was a midwife. She asked a question. She said, "What is it that are the small things that matter?" I don't know if she can be given a chance to kind of unpack, because that just left a question mark for me. And
oh yes, she can. I think I would request, please do take the mic to her.
yeah.
Yes, so we can just request her to expound further on her question, so we can get that to maybe respond to it and maybe just share her opinion on the subject. Please, your question on the small things, yeah. You can switch on the mic. Oh yes.
I just don't think I'd put up a question on the small things, but I've majorly dealt with women and girls amid these climate crises. I can give a live example of floods in Toroko district, and women and girls being vulnerable. They were not able to access health care amidst all the challenges that they went through. So how best in Africa can we really help the vulnerable groups, including women and girls, to adapt to these climate crises?
Okay, thank you so much. Thato, I hope you captured the question right.
Thank you. And in closing, thank you very much for sharing that. In closing, we have the capacity as youth, and I want to encourage, so for me, it's more of a call to action, and I want everyone to go back home and reflect. What is it that you have in mind? It could be an idea on how to address some of the sexual reproductive health inefficiencies within each district. It could be a water reticulation idea. It could be something to address droughts, water harvesting. But one of the things that we as youth tend to suffer from most is like feeling not good enough, self-worth issues and imposter. I want to encourage you that keep working on that idea. And there's one thing that I
Oh dear, I think we're having connectivity issues with...
learned is
Thato,
can you hear me now?
Oh yes, yeah, I can hear you. Do proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I was saying keep pushing, keep going, and don't base your perception or the success of your idea or initiative on who is backing you around, who's backing you up. Keep pushing, the right people will find you, you'll find your tribe, and at the end of the day, it will all make sense. So let's do best to address those needs and gaps that we see and identify instead of waiting for somebody else to come and save us. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed. One more round of applause for Thato. Thank you so much, Thato, for joining us all the way from Gaborone in Botswana. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, that has been Thato on the panel discussion that we've had on gender equality and youth inclusion. And I think as she has put it rightly, that we should keep pushing, keep going, that small steps will eventually add up. And as she mentioned rightly so, that we need to appreciate the critical role that gender equality and youth inclusion play when it comes to the adoption, the crafting and adoption of context-sensitive climate change adaptation strategies. As we saw in the beginning, that climate change affects everyone, but it affects certain demographic groups rather more disproportionately, and some of those are women and young people, because again it has the effect of exacerbating already existing inequalities and injustices, and of course vulnerabilities. So that has been our discussion on gender equality and youth inclusion. Without much ado, I'd like to transition to our next panel discussion, which is going to explore a very interesting topic, which is creating a climate resilient future. Remember, our theme this year is actionable knowledge for a climate resilient Africa. And so this theme, of course, is going to come out very strongly in our discussion on creating a climate resilient future. So join me in welcoming, first and foremost, Derek Otim, who's going to be one of the panelists. And Derek Otim does not need much introduction, but of course give him the opportunity and latitude to introduce himself. I would like to invite him to get on the floor. I saw him behind. Does he intend to join us remotely? No, okay, he's coming. that's a joke, Derek. You're most welcome, and I look forward to our discussion. I'd also like to invite Guillaume Kalonji, who is also going to be one of the panelists. You're most welcome. I saw him taking final notes as I prepare to call his name, and I'm confident that we'll be able to benefit from that. I'd also like to invite a very talented man from Germany. You're most welcome. Or should I say, willkommen. Ich freue mich, Sie kennenzulernen. Yeah, you're most welcome. Yes, so I also like to invite Deogracias. Where is Deogracias? I saw him behind. Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, yes. I saw her, yes, behind. She's right there. And Opio, honey, where's Opio? Yes, please do join us as well. I think the seats will be enough. I will maintain my my but also on Facebook, on X, at agape_earth. That is where the conversation is going, at SECSE, hashtag SECSE 2024. Yes, so please also you can take some pictures and make sure that your other friends who are not here can be able to follow what is happening here. All right, we'll begin with you, Derek.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Derek Otim. I'm a climate advocate, and I am part of Agape Earth Coalition, where I'm actively serving in the research team, and I'm dabbling as the assistant head of research. I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Derek, for joining us. We look forward to your insights on the topic. All right, next.
Thank you so much. My name is Guillaume Kalonji. I'm from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm excited to be once again here in Kampala, and mostly to be able to share with you a few things according to climate change. I am part of the Rise Up Movement Congo, which is a movement of young people trying to do some actions according to the fight against this crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. I realize I gave your name an English pronunciation. My apologies. I should probably say something like Guillaume. I think that is more appropriate, right? Okay, you're most welcome. Yes, you know.
Kale, can you hear me? All right, so I'm Juno. I'm a Central European scientist, climate justice activist and musician. My mother tongue is German. I work with groups like the Climate Justice Crew, the BioDiff e.V., the Rebel Trust, and my scientific home institution, the Albert Hoffman Institute for Physiochemical Sustainability. And yeah, my activism is pretty much centered around forest occupations. That's, I think, the thing that brought me into activism. So, of course, this is very specific to Central European legislation, something that is unimaginable here, I think. But I think it's important as a disclaimer, because I think this positions me on a rather radical end of the spectrum of action. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Yesterday, a man of many talents, right? Yeah, so thank you so much for yesterday, and we look forward to getting your insights on the topics. I would like to invite Omok to introduce herself, and we'll be able to pick it on from there, please. Deogracious, the floor is yours.
I'm Deogracious Omuk from Karamoja, Kotida District. I worked with the Agape team as an enumerator, and I'm happy to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Deogracious, for joining us, and we do look forward to your insights, especially from communities that are most at the very forefront of the climate crisis, and we look forward to hearing right from your experiences. All right, please.
Oh. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Opio.
Yes, I'm by the name Opio Hani. I come from Karamoja. I'm a youth. I'm a team leader and the founder of a youth CSO in Karamoja called Youth on a Mission. It is youth-led and youth-focused. We advocate for climate, and we champion community adaptation, especially among the farmers, by equipping them with climate-smart agricultural skills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Opio Hani. So now we're going to take a deep dive into our discussion, and we'll begin with Derek. So Derek, our topic, as you know, is creating a climate resilient future. And of course, that feeds right into our theme this year, actionable knowledge for a climate resilient Africa, right? So the question then is that, you know, developing countries are often the, you know, the hardest hit by the climate crisis. So they suffer, of course, this we've talked about even yesterday, they suffer the sharpest brunt of climate change, right? So from your perspective and from your experience, how can developing economies, developing and emerging economies like ours and many in Africa and across the global south, how can those economies and those countries play a more active role in climate change adaptation, and what strategies should they prioritize to build their resilience? Of course, as opposed to just waiting for salvation to come from elsewhere, how can they participate more meaningfully in coming up with, you know, context-sensitive local solutions to build their own resilience to the brunt of climate change?
Thank you so much for that question, moderator. And it's with no doubt that the most vulnerable communities are the ones that are being hit hardest with the impact of climate change, despite them being responsible for just a small percentage. I'll start by sort of tracing back in 1992 in Brazil when parties agreed on a principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, recognizing that fact that this problem of the environment is caused by all of us, but not all of us all of us don't have the same responsibility to take action. Also coming to 2015, in Paris, we see countries still acknowledging the fact that developing countries really need to be supported, and we see countries pledging voluntarily to support developing countries to take action, take action, and also by pledging the $100 billion by 2020. So we are seeing countries recognizing that fact of common but differentiated responsibilities. But we, as countries that are most hit, we cannot just sit back and wait on them. The fact that we are not responsible, we cannot just sit back and watch, or maybe keep crying to the global north countries, you know, to wait for support. We, as global south or the vulnerable communities, we also have a role. Now, if I drive it to a national level, our governments have a key role. One, we can harness the indigenous knowledge. You realize that some of the communities that are hit by these impacts of climate change, I'll take an example of Sekaramoja. These are the people who don't have the scientific knowledge on how to cope up with the ever-increasing impacts of climate change, but they are using their own, you know, cultural knowledge, their own indigenous knowledge to cope up with the impacts of climate change. So developing countries or have a responsibility to support or to build on indigenous knowledge to come up with solutions that are tailored to community level. And also, based on when we also trace back to the 2015 Paris Agreement, countries also agreed to be reporting on their commitments towards climate action, most especially on reducing emissions. So you realize that countries have been submitting their NDCs, and there's normally that gap of finance. So to cover up that gap of finance, developing countries could also harness private sector, public-private sector in collaborations, because the private sector also has a role to play, and it can cover up. It can cover up on the financing gap when it comes to implementing the commitments in our NDCs. Developing countries can also take advantage of South-South collaborations. This is in such a way that on regional level, we can say in East Africa, we could be facing the same similar impacts of climate change, but if we foster maybe, we come up with a sort of a position paper or that unifies a region that are facing almost similar impacts, we could also get solutions that could really support us. I think this is currently implemented, most especially with the small islands. They are really working hand in hand to tackle the impacts of climate change, not only at national level, but as a region. So I really think that as we wait, for lack of a better word, as we look towards the developing countries to take their responsibility of funding, of supporting us, developing countries, to take responsibility, we also have a key role. Also, the other issue is developing countries could also, based on their culture, say now, like in Uganda, we recently updated our education curriculum, and you realize that one of the major issues we are facing as developing countries is that education gap. So most of us, even me myself, I had to study up to university level before coming across a concept called climate change and realizing that most of the things we are experiencing right now, from poverty, from famine, from gender inequality, all of them are attributed to climate change. And so the same applies to about 90% of the people in Uganda. Recently, as a Agape Earth Coalition, we're carrying out a research study in Karamoja region, particularly Kotido district, and that research was basically to understand whether the local communities these local communities that are often impacted by climate finance, whether they are included in climate policies. But some of the questions we're trying to understand whether these local people actually acknowledge that there's this issue of climate change. But we're surprised that at this, like the biggest percentage still believe that climate change, they don't even know whether climate change is real. They think it is God, or maybe it is a spirit, maybe that their small gods are annoyed that it's sort of a punishment. And so there's no way we can, someone can think about a solution when they don't actually know the problem.
Thank you.
So
thank you, Derek. I'll come back to that. Maybe just to bring Guillaume in, particularly, and of course, Derek made mention of the Rio Declaration of 1990, looking at environment and development. Many principles there, of course, bring back to the 2015 Paris Agreement and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities. And we've had this, in many conversations, even yesterday. And my question to you is, aren't we apportioning, aren't we just apportioning blame? Aren't we just pointing fingers, expecting, having the kind of sense of entitlement that these guys must give us money to do these things? I mean, are they to blame in the first place for the climate crisis? But also, if they're really to blame, really, how do they come in the first place to bear that blame? And are we justified in expecting them to lead the action in addressing the climate crisis? Because we've had it even yesterday, but aren't we being entitled? Aren't we asking too much? Yeah, maybe you can respond to that.
Yes, thank you so much. And I think this question is one of questions that should come like in the beginning of all dialogues according to climate change or climate action. In a small brackets, apologize for my English, I'm a French speaker, just trying to do my best to communicate in English, which is a climate English actually. So, yeah, this question of responsibilities is like the ABCD of climate dialogues, because it's easier for someone to know the cause of a problem before starting to engage in how to build solutions. And we know that we are actually facing a crisis which has its roots in the 19th century, and especially caused by the global north, who discovered that before to have energy or before to develop, they need to exploit and use fossil fuels. And that's, I can say, when this actual crisis started. But that's, I can say that is in the past. It's still important for us to know that story, that reality. But actually, we need to know that the climate change is caused by those who know what to do and how to do it to fight against this crisis, but they are not doing these things. And it's not only the global north, it's also you and I. All of us have something to do. And that's why we can see organizations like Agape Earth Coalition engaging days and nights to see how to build climate solutions for our communities. And if we need to take action for to combat the climate change, I don't think that it's still a good thing to keep saying that it is the global north who causes the climate change and themselves need to bring solutions. No, because we are in the same boat, and if that boat goes down in the water, all of us will die, all of us will disappear. So it's a responsibility of all of us to do something. But we need also to know that in this case of responsibilities, since we didn't play the same game of causing the climate change, we don't have also the same intensity of actions to build solutions. There is those who need to do most of actions, and other people have also their roles, which is important to do. I'm going to be a bit clear. It looks like we are trying to build a house called climate action. And there is a part of the planet where there is materials to build that house. And in that part, they don't have money that is needed for the work. There is another part which I can say the global north, who has the money that is needed to build that house. So, if in the global south they refuse to give value or to make accessible materials, the global north will don't have something to do with their money. So that means all of us have something to do. And I can give some small examples. Like, actually we know that the global north is the part of the planet which is emitting, I can say, the maximum of greenhouse gas, which is the main cause of the climate change. So in terms of actions, in that side, the first thing they need to do is to start reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. That's one. And secondly, they need to start repairing the loss and damage caused by the climate change in the global south. They need also to participate in the energy transition in the global south. And I can say lastly, they also need to start investing in renewable energy so that we can expect first a phase down of fossil fuel dependence, and lastly the phase outs. And while the global north is doing that, we in the global south, we don't need to cross our hands and watch them working. No, we also have roles to do, our responsibilities. And which is, for example, as we are still developing countries, we need to lead or to conduct, I don't know if it's the words, our development using models that is respecting the climate. We need also to protect the forests and biodiversities we have, which is actually not useful only for us in the global south, but also for the whole planet. And lastly, we also need to raise awareness to our local communities, as my friend using the case of Karamoja, it's the same, even in Congo. People who didn't got a chance to go to school, they are facing impact of climate change, but they don't know that the climate change is existing. They think that is something in relation with God, in relation with witchcraft. So we need to help them understanding which games the planet is playing, so that they will also be part of the solution. I think I can first stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. And ladies and gentlemen, the conversation is just getting started. And I'd like to bring in. I mean, you've heard what Derek said, you've heard what Guillaume has just said, and there's an ongoing debate on the climate debt. Especially as regards the European Union and the global north generally. And of course, from the submission from Guillaume, we've seen in many climate negotiations, but also because that is really the text that we have in the Paris Agreement of 2015, in the Kyoto Protocol, but also in all these international agreements and instruments that is really the text of the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities. And I asked Guillaume whether we are not just apportioning blame to the global north and the EU. And I've had, even last year when we were having COP28 in Dubai, for a long time we were, doing advocacy work for the operationalization of the loss and damage fund to a tune of about $100 billion. And at the end of COP28, we had, I think, about $100 million. You can imagine, right? So, whereas it's a step because, okay, we are now operationalizing the loss and damage fund, but the goal, really, the commitment is $100 billion annually. But at the end of the COP, we're having $100 million. Moreover, not in solid cash, but in commitments. And even last year when we were having the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, of course the theme was driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa, but also the world. And we had so many commitments. I think we've even had some commitments coming in from European Union. And of course we've seen, I know there was an election, but I think she came back, the president of the commission, I think she's called Ursula von der Leyen. And of course speaking on behalf of the commission, making more commitments. And so every single year we see commitment after commitment after commitment after commitment. But when we look at the actual, money that is actually coming in, for example, just at the end of last year, Africa was receiving only 13% of the global finance. And that is in climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. Even with the renewable energy, it was about maybe 10%, investment in Africa in that regard. So on your end, is the global north really doing enough? Are they really meeting the obligations in light of the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and capabilities? Are they doing enough? And if they are or not, what more should we expect from them, or should we just give up and find some other solutions locally? Please, I know it's a mouthful, but you're at liberty to disaggregate it further and respond accordingly.
Great, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for this great moderation, by the way. Thank you to my previous speakers. I can't agree more with everything you said. So the question, have the European Union and the Global North spent enough money yet on reparations? I think it's almost the right question. Like the numbers you gave, 100 billion annually were demanded, 100 million were just by mouth, just giving. It's like I burn your house and you say, well, you owe me 10 million shillings now. And I say, well, I give you 10K, and then I don't give you anything, right? That's what we talk about. So, yeah, I don't think, yeah. So I come from Germany. Germany is the 4th most emitting country historically. This is due to our history with severe wars, because creating war machinery is really emitting. We see this in the US right now, and also on the consumption, on the cultural form of how capitalism is ingrained with us. So historically, like even if we just look at the history, we are the ones responsible for the issues we're facing right now. But then let's look at the current situation. We had yesterday in the beginning, we had this picture, this imaginary of the tap of water that is running. And we were thinking, okay, mitigation would be closing the tap, and adaptation would be coming up with jerry cans to fill them to have something where the water goes. I think this picture lacks one detail, which is the tap is not running. We are opening taps still at an unprecedented speed, right? Emissions are still rising. So the question, has the global north paid enough yet, is the same question as, did we already pay our water bill while we're still opening up new taps, right? So the amount of water, the amount of emissions that are created is still rising. So we cannot discuss whether we already paid enough, because the majority of what's needed is still to come. So still we can't wait until Europe and the global north finally mitigated and got their emission under control, because by then everything would be too late. So of course we need to ask this question by now: how do we already pay for the water that has gone through the tap? Well, we still need to keep in mind that there's more coming, and more not in terms of the tap is still running, but more taps are opened every day. So very first, the very first demand on the global north should be still stop producing additional emissions. And then, at the same time, of course, it needs to be the discussion on, you owe us the money to rebuild the house that you burned. But the question is, how is this, what's a fair reparation? How are fair reparation costs? And then, I don't need to tell you that this is not the first crisis that's produced in the global north and that is not fairly compensated, right? You still lack proper reparations for the colonial history, right? So, I don't think it's I personally would give up on the expectations, which doesn't mean we should go silent on it. But as it was said, we can't just sit back and wait until global north does its share, because there's a fair chance we won't ever do our fair share. So, of course, this question on how to spend this little money that is coming, short answer to the question, no, global north, Europe has not paid enough. They pay something, but it's by far not enough. But still, the money that's coming in, how should it be spent, right? So I think it's an important question. There's an anarchist book from Germany, it's called Desert. I think it's Global North. It's popular in Germany, it's written in English, it's for free. I think you can find it on readdesert.org. It's really great. It deals with this idea of, okay, we crashed the plane already. Let's assume we don't get the curve before it's too late, which is kind of the question of adaptation, right? So let's not assume that the global north will do the mitigation in time. So how do we adapt? And the punchline of the book is that the hot deserts will expand and the cold deserts will shrink. And I think this is for this place, for whole of Africa, and especially places like Uganda, which are so green, right? I think this is a very important question, because this is nothing. I don't think you can rely on the fact that Uganda will still stay this green for the next 100, 200 years. So the question is money actually enough? Yesterday I played a song when most of you were already gone, which ends with the lines. So I translate it because it's in German. It ends on the lines, "At some point the supermarkets will be empty and I can forget my money." So your question is not unjust to ask me, can you eat your Tesla? You know Tesla, right? This electric vehicle. And I think this is an important question, because it's not only about is it paying enough, but the question is also what do you do with this money? Because money alone won't solve the issue. And I personally don't have the solutions, but how it was said before, the craftsmanship for building the house is here. We are the ones to supply you with the resources necessary to do it, but you are the ones who have the capacities of actually doing this. So it's not on me to answer how to spend this money wisely. It's just like let me point out the point that you should really make sure that there's proper governance in place and not this kind of 44% of tax money is just wasted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've established that, I mean, the global consensus on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities really speaks to the other principle of the polluter pays, and we even have it, you know, across our local legal and regulatory frameworks. The polluter really does have to pay for that pollution, and that's the common sense that when you create a mess, it's only just that you contribute to the the cleaning of that mess. It's really as simple as that. And so, as I mentioned, we've seen all these commitments over the years, but when you look at the actual action being taken, it's not commensurate with commitments that are being made. So we're going to take a paradigm shift to hear from Ms. Omuk on the lived experiences of indigenous women and girls. And as you heard in the beginning, she comes from Karamoja, and this is, you know, it's a very unique setting where we actually get the local communities that are at the very forefront. And I think a round of applause would be in order for Agape Earth Coalition. Please do Renat for inviting Omuk to be part of that discussion, because many a time we discuss solutions for these indigenous communities without particularly involving them, and then we just take back solutions that are not even context sensitive. So today we're going to hear from her on what does climate change look like, where she's coming from, her lived experience as a young woman coming all the way from Karamoja, but also we'll eventually hear from her how she is coping, but also what the adaptation to climate change means to her, but also what it looks like from where she comes. Ms. Omuk, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for joining us. We're really delighted to have you here, and we look forward to hearing from you. Please.
Thank you, moderator. As Derek said about us, we are really not having enough knowledge about climate change in Karamoja. The last time the Agape team came to Karamoja, we carried out some research to the local communities. And the truth is, most of us don't know about climatic changes. When we ask about the causes of climatic patterns, everyone, or almost all of them were saying it is because of the bloodshed, the blood of the innocent who were killed in Karamoja that has caused the climatic changes and that has caused poverty in Karamoja. And others were saying it is the wizards and witches who have caused the climate of Karamoja to be bad. But all in all, I'm thankful to the team of Agape for coming up with this program, and I'm delighted that we are going to get and learn more from them. So we have been coping up with the climatic changes amidst the effects on us, because Karamoja is really a desert place and we have a lot of sunshine there. So we experience more days of hotness than rain. But I want to share how we have been coping up with them. During the harvest time, after harvesting, we do what is called food preservation methods. As women and ladies of Karamoja, after harvesting our sorghum from the garden, we sun-dry the grains and then store them in the granaries, of which during the dry season, we use these grains for preparing our local broccoli butia, which is used for sale, and that after selling, it gives us income for starting a living. Then we also build climate resilient houses. Like in our language, it's called Dahayanganya. In English, it's grass thatch houses, which helps during dry season. When there is strong wind, it cannot blow the houses. So that is one of the ways we have also been coping up with the devastating climate crisis in Karamoja. We have crop diversity, growing various crops like sorghum, green grams, maize, cassava, which are drought resistant, so that even during dry seasons, they don't dry. Like during rain season, when rain is too much, they are resistant to drought. This has also helped us cope up with the devastating climatic crisis in Karamoja. Water conservation. We do this during rainy season, like we dig the dams, we construct the dams. When it is time for rainy season, the water comes into the dams, and this water is used for animal consumption and also sometimes for domestic use, especially hard-to-reach areas where there are no boreholes. People use this water for even cooking and other things. Economic empowerment. We, as the Karamojong girls and women, do have a savings group where we save and then we borrow money. And this money, when you borrow, you put it into business. You buy sorghum, you make with local brew, you sell, and then you get your income from it. Another one is using knowledge and health nutrition. Indigenous women and girls of Karamoja rely deep on the knowledge of local plants for medicinal purposes. Like we grow plants like trees like alera, in English it's neem trees, for medicine, and then moringa trees, which are also used for food consumption. Thank you.
Wow, I'm literally blown away. Thank you so much, Ms. Omuk. Another round of applause for her, for sharing with us, you know, some of the lived experiences by the indigenous women and girls. And maybe before I come to Opio, just to stay with you a little longer, Ms. Omuk, the picture on how you guys are, you know, adopting some of these local solutions to climate change adaptation, it's just amazing. But how would you want to be supported better to ensure that you're able to cope better with the climate crisis? What kind of support would you really need from your experience to ensure that the people of Karamoja and in extension many of the areas in Uganda that are at the very forefront of the climate crisis can cope better with the climate crisis? How would you want to be supported?
Thank you, moderator. To me, I would like the team of Agape and other well-wishers to come in and support us and give us some light about the climatic changes, since almost everyone at home don't know about the climatic changes. And with this knowledge, we would adapt and make our country a better place to live.
Hey, thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Ms. Omuk. I think you've heard, ladies and gentlemen, the knowledge gap for them to be able to understand that it's not witchcraft, as she mentioned. It's not the bloodshed. It's not any of those. It's actually a global crisis that is being felt most by some of the local communities at the very forefront of the climate crisis. Thank you so much, Ms. Omuk, for sharing with us your lived experiences. So as we prepare to conclude on this one, I would like to invite Opio, who's so close to me here, and I'd like to engage him on the subject of locally led adaptation strategies. And so, Opio, if I may, in the context of locally led adaptation strategies, how can we ensure that local communities, for example, where Ms. Omuk comes from, are not only included in decision making, but are truly we fill that knowledge gap and build the agency over climate finance and programming?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, the moderator. I also want to thank my sister and fellow panelists. Thank you. I am so inspired when I see people at this national level discussing climate change and about Karamoja, where we come from. And I really want to say that God should bless you so much. My sister has given some light on what the young women go through in Karamoja. And I want to say that if you come to Karamoja, you are going to see more than what she has said. There are other situations that cannot be put in words, okay? We have seen over the media the insecurity in Karamoja as a result of cattle rustling. We have seen the picture of people dying of hunger in Karamoja as a result of crop failing, okay? So all that one should really send some shock wave into the sea of our conscience. And we should ask ourselves, how can we help a community that is paying a heavy price for climate change like Karamoja? I believe it is not only Karamoja, but also in other parts of the world it is being felt. And so this one brings us to a conversation on how can we adapt. I'll continue using Karamoja as a case study because I am one of the climate activists who come from Karamoja, and I'm leading a team of young people, the youth especially, to be at the front line of tackling these changes, this crisis that Karamoja is going through. Because we believe that the young people, they have the energy, they have the ability to learn, and they form the majority of the population. So in our adaptation strategies, we do climate education. We do climate education, and we use the local and the traditional means of doing climate education. That is, people of Karamoja, they love their culture so much. Just like you, there's a culture that you adhere to. So since they don't know English, the literacy level is 24%, far below the national literacy level of 72. The people of Karamoja are not educated. So to make them understand climate change in English, it's a challenge. And so there is need for us to use the tradition, you know, the culture. We need to incorporate climate messages into the cultural practices. In the community of Karamoja, there's always a gathering called cultural gala. There are always those cultural gatherings. Just like in modern days, people go for disco. And during disco, people connect, you know, and others start dating from there, getting a partner. So in Karamoja, there's also gathering of young people where they come together, even the elderly come together, and they dance to their traditional songs in local language. So I think if we are to really communicate the message of climate change well to the people of Karamoja, we need to incorporate climate messages into the songs that is always sung during such an event. I believe by doing that, the people will get the message, including the young ones and the elderly ones. And so, if we are to tailor adaptation very well to match the need of the local community, first of all, we need to do research. We need to do research about a community if we are to really tailor projects to address the challenges which they are facing through. Just like Karamoja is very unique, Kasese has also a different kind of problem. So if we are to really tailor our solutions in a way that will be community-led, then we need to find out more what the local people are going through and some of the adaptation strategies that they have employed. For example, in Karamoja, when there is no rainfall, like when there's drought and crops has failed, the elders come together and they killed an animal, and there's a way there's a part of the intestine of a goat that they see, and if they notice some changes in it, they can predict that this rain, the spirits are annoyed with us. Yes, and if they notice some changes, they can say, rain is going to come. And so they believe so much in that. And I think if we are really to have a just transition where a community like that is part of, then we need to put into consideration such kind of knowledge and initiative that they have been using. I think this is very vital. And also, mindset change. Mindset change is still a big challenge. Is still a big challenge in most of the climate activism that we do. In Karamoja, for example, when we came out with the idea of the young people taking charge in being at the front line of solving the crisis of our communities in Karamoja, the first question that we ask ourselves is, how long are we going to sit like this when we are seeing the challenges that we are going through? I remember that time we invited all the different stakeholders, the young people, the youth at different levels, and we asked a question: for how long are we going to be like this? There are many interventions by the government, by other NGOs, by donors, but it has failed to address the challenges of the people of Karamoja. So why don't we rise up as the people of Karamoja and address our own challenges? So we realize that mindset change is a challenge. And so we advocated that you need to become the change that you want to see. And I must confess that in all our activities, if you get us implementing an activity, maybe in the garden training farmers on climate smart agricultural techniques, I will personally be at the front line. I don't command people to do this and this, so I am always in the lead, and that is the kind of example that we have demonstrated, and so many youth have been able to join us to an extent that we normally come together in at the end of every year, and we showcase what we have done. Yes, I think I can stop there.
Wow, a round of applause for Appeal, and thank you so much. And before we close up this side, we'll really just maybe come to you, our audience, and just get 2-3 questions to the panelists or comments, and that will be at the very end. Maybe just one more question before I get back to Derek on your end, Appeal. So, I mean, I hear you, right? And the picture that actually you're painting, and this we've known for the longest time, is that many of these interventions are at best consultative, but want to move away from that to locally led adaptation initiatives, right? So on your end, in your opinion, from experiences, how best can we embark on, this new trajectory of transitioning from just consultative at best to actually ensuring that these adaptation strategies or initiatives are actually locally led, that these communities at the very forefront of the climate crisis are taking the wheel, they're taking the lead in driving some of these local solutions in the context of climate change adaptation?
Yes, thank you so much for that wonderful question. First of all, if we are to ensure that most of this intervention are locally led by the community, then we need to empower the local community. We need to empower the local community to be able to participate in championing solutions to the crisis that they are facing. And the second one is we need to amplify the voice of the local people. Their call and their voices need to be put in consideration whenever decisions are being made concerning the crisis at all levels. They need to be included in the decision making. And the third one is there should be equity when it comes to resource sharing. There should be equity when it comes to resource sharing. The local people need to get equitable access to the resources to adapt to climate. They need to be given that opportunity, and also we need to strengthen the livelihood of the people. For example, in Karamoja, charcoal burning has been very rampant, and if you try to stop charcoal, you would have killed a family, because they are earning their life through charcoal burning. And so you realize the overall cause of all this is poverty. And so that one need us to bring into the context of diversifying sources of income. And in our strategy as Youth on a Mission, we have initiated VSLA, Village Saving and Loan Associations, whereby we encourage the youth and the young people to always be saving money every week, even though you are saving only 1,000 or 2,000. And most of this saving, they have grown to the extent that people are able to access finances for survival, for business, in terms of loans with small interest. And this is how the community has been able to stand with one another in times of crisis. So we need to diversify the sources of income. We need to equip the population, the indigenous communities, with alternative livelihood skills. For example, craft making, so that when crops has failed, they can earn money through those skills. They can make craft and they sell. Just like she has said, there's a local brew which is always made using sorghum. And then now there are situations where sorghum become very scarce because it has failed because of drought. In such a circumstance, it would need an alternative that can work irrespective of the climate change. Okay, so I think also capacity building also is needed. We need to capacitate the young people, you know, to have that ability to adapt to the crisis of climate. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. A round of applause for Opio for sharing your invaluable insights on locally led adaptation strategies. I think you did that justice, and thank you so much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to land the plane on this panel, I just want to open it up to you to just maybe shoot your hand up and just ask a question to any of the panelists, or generally to the panel, or maybe make a comment in light of the submissions that we've received from our panel. And I'll take maybe 2, 3 in the interest of time. All right. Oh. Okay. So, okay, I'll expand it to 5 if you promise to keep it under 1 minute, so we can have as many people share. We'll begin. Let's begin from this side. Then we'll go across the room. Kindly introduce yourself and keep the question under 1 minute.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, panelists, and all of you present, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm Engineer Simre Anet. I'm an associate trainer with Red Ally UK. We train engineers in humanitarian skills for engineers to enhance their skills to be able to offer service to people in a crisis or to manage disasters, which of course most disasters we can say are a result of climate change. where engineers themselves play a vital role in contributing to climate change, but they can also offer solutions in dealing with climate change. I'm happy to be here and excited to share my view as a professional engineer, and I'm an electrical engineer by profession. Looking at submissions from Karamoja sub-region, I'm very happy that despite the fact that there is little knowledge about climate change, people are doing what it takes to adapt. They have come up with their own coping mechanisms. That is a credit to the Karamojong community. And what I can say is, what can we do to enhance their coping mechanisms? Because, of course, it's very important that we work with communities. The participatory approach is very important, but also understanding their culture and social norms, as he has said, that, of course, people have different beliefs, and working with them to come up with solutions, to me, it would be the best approach. But then, we have been talking of climate change adaptation. And to me, I would be interested in hearing more of the solutions than our story of lamenting. So what can we do to enhance their coping mechanisms? For example, she has talked of the harvest water. I also understand that in Karamoja, sometimes you get floods. So what can we do to make sure that during days of plenty, we harvest that water and use it during scarcity and say bye-bye to drought in Karamoja sub-region?
Thank you.
I also want to comment on the financing. We are talking of the global north being more responsible for the climate change, but to me, we should not focus on getting that money, but we should focus on coming up with innovations and technologies. And then if we are going to look for finance, we say, look, this is the measure we are going to implement, and this is what it takes.
Okay.
And then come up with more solutions.
Okay.
So as I end, I know moderator is patient with me. I want to say that this being a climate change adaptation conference, I would have expected to see exhibitions of solutions, because we've been talking about climate change adaptation for long.
Yeah.
What solutions have we put in place? If I'm not mistaken, we are always, we are more on awareness raising, which is very important, but we need to come up with solutions, innovative solutions, like I said, locally led solutions,
Yeah.
tailored to different, okay, I can say different disasters, maybe drought, flood, whatever, but to see what are we doing, because climate change is real, it's a reality, it is here, so we should focus more on solutions.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request kindly that we keep the submissions or comments in under a minute so we can have many people participate and share their thoughts. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much, the gathering. First, I want to say thank you for being recognized to be a champion for the day yesterday. And I want to aware the gathering that I also write poems that my learners recycle. Later during the day, if time could allow, let me recite one.
Okay, I hope
yeah.
you received my invoice from yesterday. You can proceed, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my concern goes to Derek. Although Opio has tried to elaborate more on that, but I need still more clarification from you, Derek. Yeah, I agree with you, Derek, that indigenous knowledge is important in tackling impacts of climate change. Yeah, and that's why I stand in as the role model to my community. The community I serve is purely indigenous. They lack climate information. So now, if I match this work with our Botswana colleague, she was talking of equity versus equality, gender equality. Yes, I found out that we, the indigenous people, lack opportunities. The opportunities only goes to those people who are in town. Yes, now.
I think we'll have to take it at that.
Yes, what can we do best to areas that I serve? There is no internet, there is no electricity, there is no clean water. Now, how are we going to access such opportunities?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll take some more hands. Yeah, okay. So, in under a minute, please, so we can run across the room and come back.
So, morning, everyone. Parfait Mushanganya from DRC. So, my question is direct. I'm a biologist and I'm working with the Rise Up Movement DRC. My question is going to get down on the 2050 Paris Agreement, and my question is asked to Mr. Yuno from Germany.
Okay.
So he said that only million have been allocated during decision or negotiation on COP. So I would like to ask if they allocate now billion with these actions which are now implemented in some countries, can we arrive to tackle this issue of climate change if only we stay with these actions which are implemented in some countries and the money going in billions? That is my question.
Thank you. I'm sure Yuna has noted your question. We'll have the lady here and then we'll go across the room, just to be fair. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Adong. I'm an agriculturist by profession, and my question goes to Dear Gracious. You talked of food preservation methods. How do you ensure quality control of the products you preserve? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I saw a hand and... Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent. I'm a scientist and I've had the privilege to work in Karamoja. And so I'll address my question to the team in Karamoja. I worked in Karamoja for 2 years and I worked across the region. And while we would do our work in the field, I noticed that old men are largely seen lying under the trees at daytime. And I learned that their activity is mostly in the night. So I don't want to go into the detail, but I just wanted to find out, as Youth Action on Mission, or how do we get these men involved? Because yes, we are pushing our guns to the youth, to the girls, to the women who are already doing so much. How do we get these men who are the family heads involved? We need their contribution. And then as I close, we need the money. You know, you mentioned we may not need to put our focus on the money, but we need the money. There are all these innovations happening, but without the funding, we will not progress. We will not see any light at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the mic should move maybe in the middle here. And as it does, I think you make a very valid observation there. But of course, it speaks into the principle of intergenerational solidarity and equity as well. I mean, we all need to play our part, and of course need to have everyone on board as well. But also, the last one on the polluter pays, really, it holds true that many of these countries made the commitments in the Paris Agreement, in the Kyoto Protocol, among other instruments. So they need to make good, again, on those commitments. Okay. All right, Okello,
so
the mic is
yours.
yours.
State that I am here for Brotherly Hearts International and also for Makerere University.
Okay, thank you for joining us, yeah, and for your insights. Okello, in a minute.
Well, thank you so much, moderator. I have one question for Deo Gracious. My name is Okello Jackson, and I am representing Blossom Empowerment Initiative. It is a grassroots organization that is in Namutumba district. My sister Deogratias talked about the role of women in the fight against climate change in Karamoja sub-region, especially in food preservation and other modalities. So I have one question. What do the men in Karamoja do in regards to the fight against climate change? And how best do you, as Deogratias, think the men can be supported so that they can actively champion the fight against climate change in Karamoja sub-region? Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take just two more, one here and then one there. For the rest, there are so many other panel discussions coming up, so maybe you can slide some of those questions as and when we come to them. Okay, we'll have two more in the interest of time and then come back to our panelists. All right, in a minute, please.
Thank you very much. In the name of Mugisha Rugango Jean Felix from Rwanda, I am representing Green Rwanda Initiative, which is aimed at promoting environmental sustainability through afforestation, sustainable agriculture, waste management, and renewable energy. So I'm not going to ask questions, but to comment on what the panelists were talking about. So here, I first appreciate, of course, for this initiative that, of course, bring together Africans for climate change. This is really a very good platform for us to discuss our problems and even the issues of climate crisis that we are meeting in our community. Today, I appreciated, of course, the testimony from Karamoja today. So as I was listening, I was seeing that, of course, most of African countries, they are having the communities that are affected like that. So I am project manager by profession. That's why I may use some technical terms. So here, what I have seen is that the projects are being implemented. But the problem is whether we are engaging, of course, the stakeholders, key stakeholders, I mean the beneficiaries, primary beneficiaries, to take part in our projects. Really, when we see, I was discussing with a friend of mine, and I am lucky, maybe I'm not seeing him, but he told me about, of course, Karamoja projects that they are running there. But really, it seems as if we are still having a gap between the people who are implementing the project now, those initiatives, to the population. Is outcome. Yeah. What do I want to mean? I mean that, of course, now we could be looking at what we call mindset of the people of Africa. I have listened to many people here asking for the fund. Yes, we really need fund. But for doing what? Are we going to continue implementing the projects without the proper result? There should be the conduction of what we call baseline evaluation. Now, the mindset, that is the first thing we have just to be looking at. If the mindset is just the people are still thinking about that God is going to do this, and they base on that to make their agriculture, so really failure is going just to start from there.
Thank you. We'll take it at that.
I am just going to conclude.
Yes.
So another thing is just, first, let's be self-reliant.
Okay.
After the self-reliance, we call upon, of course, those people to fund us and find us when we are alive, not dead.
Okay.
So together we can save our world.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll have just one more question right there, and then we'll come back to our panelists to conclude and respond to some of those questions. Okay, we'll have the mics back. One more.
Okay, thank you. My name is Banizile Mjio from Mikra Life, and I'm a project coordinator of Shareland Uganda, where we connect farmers to land owners, the farmers who want to do agriculture. So my question is, like, we need justice as far as climate change mitigation is concerned, because we have laws and we have laws in Uganda, but those laws, they affect that just a little group of people, even vulnerable, like for example, you find someone is constructing house in the swamp, and another one is doing agriculture, just a minor growing yams, potatoes, and that one growing yams is even treated badly than that one constructing a house that is going to block all the drainage system. So for me, I think the government would be here answering those questions. Why is the justice for climate is not applied equally? Like treating badly that small one, growing, doing agriculture, but leaving upon that person, wasting all the things.
Wow, thank you so much. And thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your comments and questions. I'll come back to our panel, beginning with Derek. You can respond to some of the questions that have been asked by our audience, but also make your parting shots in the same, so we can just conclude when I come back.
Thank you so much for that, moderator, and to the audience. We appreciate your presence here. And to my question, that was directed to me by the poet. I didn't get to note her name, but she was basically asking on how they can access some of the opportunities that comes along with, implementing some of these adaptation strategies. First of all, I don't know which exact indigenous community or region we are talking about, but I think I must have missed that point. But back to the major question, we as Agape Earth Coalition, in our pledge, to for climate solutions that are tailored to the needs of local communities, we start by carrying out a research so that we understand the needs, the gaps, and the problems that are faced in that particular region. Then from there, we engage with the local communities, to the district leaders, and also sometimes to the national leaders, in forging ways to sort of come up with solutions that are, fit that particular region, because we understand that the local people know the solutions themselves, so we just need to build on that. So I think that's the best response I can give. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. We'll come to Gilung.
Thank you so much once again, and I don't think that I need to conclude. It will be difficult for me to conclude, but I just need to mention something according to climate justice. As we may know, before to adapt on climate change, there is some conditions to complete. For example, it's impossible to think about the climate change or to adapt on climate change in the condition of war. And there is someone who says, if a country dead, that means the country neighbor is sick. And there is also an African word, say Ubuntu, I am because you are. And we are already, all of us are appreciating some progress according to the just transition we are seeing today. Electric vehicles, motor bicycle, which is electric. We are even using smartphone. Most of us here have iPhones, but a few of us know that before to produce those materials, there is a country somewhere where people are being killed every year where people are being forced to be displaced every year, where children are out of school, even doing green slavery instead of being at school. And I don't think that it is possible for these planets to adapt on climate change while sacrificing other countries. So I have been explaining what is happening actually in my country, Democratic Republic of Congo, where people are being killed because some countries need to exploit minerals to transit from fossil fuels to green energy. So I think this is a message calling to solidarity so that we can work together to see how Congo, with all of its resources, will be very, very important for the whole planet in the just way and transit from fossil fuels to green energy and adapt on climate change. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Guillaume, for that. And you raised very pertinent questions actually in your conclusion, you know, on the issue of critical minerals, you know, in the energy transition, looking at the whole supply chain. Whereas, as we mentioned, Africa has about 30% of those critical minerals. We're looking at the rights of the local communities, the indigenous communities, as we race to net zero. Some of these questions, you must address them. How do we ensure that these, you know, critical, you know, minerals sourced, but with cognizance to the rights of the local communities? And thank you so much for bringing that in your conclusion. You know, to respond to some of the questions, but also to share with us your parting shots.
Check, check. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So it's funny to be here and be responsible for the money questions because, like, I'm a scientist and not an economist. I really suck at this money business. But I understand that I'm the representative for the global north here, which is the main addressant for these demands. So let's wait for the money or let's not wait for the money. It's funny. From there it came, let's not wait for the money. From there it came, we need the money. I agree with both of you, right? I agree with both of you. And that's, I think, exactly the point. Like, we should not stop demanding for this money because you need it so direly. Yet, like, history taught us that global north sucks at proper reparations. So it's both. Not stopping to demanding, not getting silence, not giving up on that, yet at the same time start developing the own solutions that might be independent from this money. And then let's paint this pink picture of the perfect world where the global north actually delivers the money they promise, which comes to the question from my fellow scientists in the back there. If the way I understood it is, if the money was delivered, would it suffice? And I think, like, first of all, I have to say I don't know. I'm not an economist. I don't know how this 100 billion annually come up with. Numbers like this, when they are just neat, I always have it feels fishy because it feels like they just give big numbers and then they think like everybody's happy. And a number like 100 billion, I don't know how they get to exactly this amount. So I don't know. But I would say it depends on two very important things. First is, are the mitigation efforts successful? Right? Without the mitigation, without the reduction on emission, they will certainly not be enough. No money at all will be enough if emission is not reduced. And the second one is has also been mentioned before, proper governance. What happens with the money? This also goes down to this comment from our friend from Rwanda, I think, right? Who said, like, the money comes and then what, right? So the question is, what happens with this? And this goes back to you guys here and your local governments and holding them responsible for spending this money that comes properly and for the right cause. Right, and then going to this final comment, I think is so important, the question for the justice. I'm so happy that today the first panel was on gender equality because yesterday I was kind of lacking this social dimension in the discussions, and I'm so happy it's here now today. I introduced myself as a climate justice activist, because for me, climate justice is not possible without social justice. As Guillaume said, like, we need this, like, there will not be a solution to the climate crisis while other countries will be sacrificed for this. So I want to conclude with, yeah, there's no climate justice without social justice and system change, not climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and now we'll come to Ms. Omuk to just share with us her parting shots. Maybe if she can respond to a question or two, that would be nice.
Thank you, moderator. Okello, you asked about what men do in the fight against the climatic changes. The truth about our men is they are not ever at home. I think Agape team can bear me witness, because in the areas we went to take the research about the climatic patterns, we did not find men at home, only women and children. So, like my colleague Opia said, the only way to target these men to know about the climatic patterns is to join the other dance, the local dance, which is called Edonga. That is where you can find them, and that is the only opportunity to talk to them about the climatic changes. That is if we want them to join us in the fight. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Omuk. I think, yeah, I think we might have to deploy to come and learn some of these songs and take the guitar to engage some of these men, right? So your work is cut out for you, Okay, so we'll get the final remarks from our peer and maybe a response to some of the questions, and then we'll call it a day for this panel. Opio.
Yes, thank you so much. It is really interesting. First of all, I think that question of men was asked by somebody, I haven't noted the name, on the reason as to why men are always lying under the tree, enjoying the shade, and it is the women who are working. First of all, that has been much contributed by the traditional roles and responsibility. Yes, the tradition of Karamoja states that a man need to go for raiding, You need to, a real man should go and take up a weapon, go to the neighbor and rob the neighbor of maybe cattle and valuable that he or she is in possession of, and bring home. And when you do that, they consider you a real man. They consider you a real man. And for that reason, so many men has been killed in Karamoja. And most of the women that you are seeing in Karamoja, they don't have husbands. There are very few men who are mature, and most of them who are alive, they have healed from so many pain caused by gun wounds and a lot of things. And I appreciate that the government has come in to do disarmament. At least now you can see them lying at home. They are lacking what to do, because there's no gun, there's no spear, there's no arrow. It has been taken away by the government. So traditionally, that is the role of men, the role that men plays. And all the other things has been left to the women. A Karamoja woman, if you marry a Karamoja woman, she will come to your home knowing that she's the one who need to build a house where the family will live in. She knows she's the one who will need to look for food for the family to eat. She knows she's the one who need to take care of the children, wash them, and treat them when they are sick. And for this reason, marriage in Karamoja is seen in some awkward way, where a woman, a girl, you need to pay a very high bride price. It's like you're buying, you get it? So that practice really need to be stopped. And you realize that all these things, it comes down to the mindset. Like my brother said, I would like to quote what I read somewhere, that there is no mountain anywhere. Every man's mountain is in his mind. So if we are to conquer any obstacle that stands before us, then we need first to conquer the one in the mind. So just like she said, in this cultural dance of Edonga, that is where engagement starts. And so that is why the men are always found in such a place. And I think if we are to use that strategy of creating awareness on climate change and, campaigning for collective effort to be put in place during such event, it can help to change the scenario. And as Youth on a Mission, like he inquired what we are doing a mindset change campaign. It is called a green mindset. We are doing on a small scale because of lack of funding and support. We rely on well-wishers. Just like you and me, we seated here, we pull our personal resources, and every year we make sure we bring people together and speak to them about the climate change. The young people, the elderly people, and speak to them about climate change. And during such event, we always do tree planting session where we engage everyone at least to plant a tree. And so we partner with institutions to host us, so that after planting the trees, we hand them over to the institution, be it the church, be it the school, to maintain. Meanwhile, we have a team that always goes and do the watering and other maintenance. Thank you so much.
Well, a round of applause, one more round of applause for the panel as they take their seats. Thank you so much, Derek, Guillaume, Mr. Mukandopio, thank you so much. You can resume your seats. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your insights with us. And of course, Mr. Moke especially for sharing with us the lived experiences of indigenous women and girls. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been our panel really on creating a climate resilient future, of course, feeding into our theme on actionable knowledge for a climate resilient Africa. So, we are about to break off for lunch, but we just have a short other panel we're going to have. But I also noticed that you've stood for too long. So, I'm going to request you to stand up on your feet, and I'll request the DJ in the next 3 minutes to give us a good song as we stretch, and then I'll be able to invite her. When I say the song, I saw some people who have had backs and bones saying, man, why are you doing that to us? Like, honestly. Yeah, but it's good. So do rise on your feet, and the DJ will give us a good track for about 3 or so minutes as we stretch and just rise on your feet. I request kindly, and the DJ. In 3 minutes, I'll be inviting our next panel.
Hey! Don't sleep, wake up. Collect your money, sleep, wake up. Collect your money, wake up. Pera, go get the moolah. Wake up, money to kala. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kilo come, become person, matter, person we don't mind. Boy, when I land softly on the sofa floor. So far so good, Koni Bajo, let me see you. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo, Bukao, let me see you, the Buga. Oh, lo, let me see you. Oh, lo,
for for joining in. So I'm going to invite our panelists, and we're going to be really brief to ensure that we go for our lunch break in time. Okay, so our next panel is very interesting because we're looking at effective youth-led activism, right? And of course, we've seen from the previous panels that young people do play a critical role in climate mitigation and adaptation because they have the resilience, they have the grit, they have the fresh perspectives, they have the innovation and creativity that we need. And of course, in Uganda here, and I think in many countries across Africa, because the data we have is that about 60% of the African continent is below 25 years. Imagine. So it's a very young continent, and Uganda here, we know that about 78% of our population is below 35 years. So young people, even on the numerical question, are of course positioned well to play a critical role. So we're going to hear from our panelists on how best we can ensure that youth interventions in climate mitigation and adaptation, especially in light of our theme this year, are effective. Okay, so I'm going to invite first and foremost my good friend Evelyn Acham, who is the co-founder at the Agape Earth Coalition, and we had her yesterday. Round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Evelyn, you are most welcome. Please do, and don't sit very far from me like you did yesterday. Please do sit close here, so because I'll begin with you. Okay, and of course, Evelyn will be engaging us on mobilizing climate finance strategies and fundraising, of course, for youth-led activism, because we have the ideas, but we need to make sure these ideas are made with the finance that we need. I would also like to inform you, we have a panelist, Tinaye Mabara, who's coming from Zimbabwe, and she'll be joining us remotely, she'll be joining us virtually, and I'd like to request the tech team to ensure that she's okay. She's there, glowing and looking great. Thank you so much for joining us, Tinaye. We look forward to hearing from you, and welcome to the inaugural African Climate Change Adaptation Conference here in Kampala, Uganda. We look forward to hearing from you. And then finally, I'm going to invite my other good friend, Caroline Namlema, who's of course from the Agape Earth Coalition as well, and she's going to be sharing with us, of course, on the aspect of statistical data, based activism, to ensure that the activism that young people are undertaking is evidence-based, and why that is very important again. And I know Agape Earth has been very intentional on undertaking this research to ensure that the interventions are context-sensitive. All right, so we have a very gender-balanced panel, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be deceived. I know my friend Treacher here is always saying we have a mano when it's just men, so I don't know how I would call this one. Nonetheless, I do look forward to hearing from them. So I would like to invite Evelyn I mean, she needs no further introduction, but for the formality of it, I would like to give you a minute just to share with us some of the amazing work you're doing at Agape Earth Coalition, and then we'll move to Tinaye, and then we'll come back to Caro. Okay, hey, Evelyn, please.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evelyn Acham, and I'm a climate justice advocate, co-founder at Agape Earth Coalition, and also a founder of Plus One Tree project, which is not, yeah. So what we do at Agape Earth Coalition, we have projects like the Grassroots Communities Climate Program, and we also do policy, advocacy, and influence. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
Amazing, thank you so much. A round of applause, of course, for Evelyn, who's also our host, and thank you so much for inviting the amazing panelists you did to be part of the conversation on climate change adaptation. All right, Tinaye, are you able to hear us and maybe introduce yourself in a minute or so?
Been covered already, but I am based in Botswana. So
Today
I'm
we cannot hear you. I don't know whether it's on our end or perhaps you might need to unmute. We missed the introduction.
Are you not able to hear me?
Okay, so as we get Tinaye sorted, I would like to invite Caro to introduce herself, and then we'll come back to Tinaye. My hope is that we'll have sorted the glitch in the audio. Okay, Caro?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm by the names of Namle Macaulin. I am a climate activist. I work as an administrator in Agape Earth Coalition. I'm looking forward to a very insightful discussion this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Caro and Evelyn. Yes, I think now Tinai can hear us. Tinai, please do introduce yourself. Okay, looks like we are not yet. Tinai, can you hear us? Tinai, could you perhaps unmute as if? Oh dear.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Okay. I think
Are you able to hear me?
maybe give us some more time. I don't know, the issue seems to be on her end because okay, so I'll maybe just begin with Evelyn. Evelyn, of course, our topic is effective youth-led activism, and just to hear from you on the aspect of mobilizing the climate finance we need. What are some of those strategies that young people can adopt to be able to mobilize the finance they need to bring to life some of the innovative ideas that they have to address the climate crisis that we are facing?
Thank you so much. Yesterday, I talked about the knowledge gap that we have, and my perspective is, again, it still also concerns the funding and fundraising and mobilizing climate finance if we don't have this understanding of the different money buckets or finance buckets where the climate finance comes from. Then we are not able to mobilize this money. I'll just start with a brief introduction of what climate finance is. Climate finance is that finance that has been, that was put in place to contribute to mitigation of climate change and also adaptation. And mitigation involves reducing of greenhouse gases, and then adaptation is building resilience for communities. But then also we have a loss and damage fund that was started because some climate impacts were beyond adaptation and mitigation. Yeah, but historically, we have seen that the finance has mostly gone to mitigation, and adaptation finance has been given very less contribution and attention. So it's very important for us as an activism movement, a climate movement, to understand the different knowledge, what is involved in climate finance, before I go to understand exactly what climate finance is and the different sectors in climate finance. I just used to hear climate finance and then say vulnerable countries need climate finance, but then when I did like a deep study into climate finance, I realized that actually climate finance has different parts and it has different roles. And I also realized that even in the climate finance itself, there's an inequality in the distribution of the money. And that's why I mentioned earlier that there's less allocation of money for adaptation. And also recently the loss and damage fund that was created. So if we don't have the understanding of climate finance, then we don't even have the understanding of where this money comes from. Yeah, so the Paris Agreement itself has talked about the importance of all the three categories of climate finance. Of course, loss and damage, I haven't seen it under climate finance because climate, according to the Paris Agreement, mitigation and adaptation is what is under climate finance, but also loss and damage was introduced. Yeah, but according to the Paris Agreement, all the three go hand in hand. You cannot say that you are providing or you are soliciting for mitigation and ignoring adaptation finance. You cannot only solve mitigation and ignore loss and damage because all the three go hand in hand. If you are solving mitigation and ignore adaptation, because adaptation helps build resilience and also provide long-term solutions. So according to the Paris Agreement, adaptation in many years to come will reduce the costs of mitigation and also the cost of loss and damage. And without solving adaptation finance, the loss and damage facility or loss and damage fund may become impossible because the costs will keep increasing, and yet already there is a very big gap in the climate finance that is already coming. According to the $4 trillion that has been estimated annually that is needed for climate finance, we are not receiving the $4 trillion already. So if the cost of climate damages or climate change continues to increase and we are not solving adaptation, then the loss and damage fund may also fail. So what do we do as the people who are being impacted most by climate change? We need to understand the importance and purpose of mitigation finance. We need to understand the importance of adaptation and loss and damage. All the three concern us. We cannot ignore them. And then also understand the different sources of the climate finance. Most of us only think the money should come from the global north, from the rich country, but there are so many different money buckets for the climate finance. And maybe I would also like to kind of bring that to explanation. So besides the international finance or the money from the rich nations, and this came from the commitment that was made more than 12 years back to give developing countries $100 billion every year to help them in mitigation and adaptation of the impacts of climate change. And this money was supposed to start coming in 2020, but according to reports from the different countries, the flow of this money is not clear, or it's not being received at all. So that is one of the sources of climate finance. It's not the only source. That is just $100 billion every year. And that $100 billion every year is not enough. It's not enough to support all the developing countries. So that is part of the international finance, and also that the $100 billion, from my understanding, again, it comes from the public finance from these nations, the rich nations, the taxes, taxing the different people, taxing the rich people. Yeah, then we also have other sources like, so I'm trying to explain this so that we see the different money buckets that we have. And then I'll also bring in the explanation of why we need to work with all these sectors. We have the private sector. The private sector are the multilateral and bilateral corporations like the banks. We need all these sectors to work with them, because all these are sources of climate finance. We have the private sector, the government funding. Some of the government funding is like, one of them is GCF, GF and also World Bank. And then we also have that domestic kind of funding that comes from the government. So we have different sources of finance. But then I think most times we look at one source. Of course, that one source we are looking at is one of the biggest sources. But now, because we are running out of time, the climate crisis is not waiting for those sources to listen to us and act. We need to act ourselves. We need to, again, people perish because they lack knowledge. That's what the Bible says. If you have this knowledge, you can get this money. If you have the answers, you can get this money. What we don't have here is the knowledge. We don't even have the knowledge of our rights to get this money from all these sectors. But if you have the knowledge of this money, we are able to get it, including me. We are able to get it. So we need to empower ourselves with that knowledge. And then after empowering ourselves with that knowledge, we know that we are able to get this money from them because there is still a process of how this money comes through. Yeah, so these are the different sectors where the money comes from. I was talking about the money buckets. So after knowing where the money comes from, where is your responsibility to get this money from them? What is our responsibility to get the money from these sectors? Our responsibility is, number one, is to collaborate and partner with these sectors. How many civil society groups, how many youth activist groups are collaborating with all these sectors? Do you have a partnership with your government nationally? Do you have a partnership with the press? Do you have partnership with the international community, with other countries in the global south? This is a system problem. Climate change has become a system change issue. We need to see a system change. If you think you're just solving one part of the system and then leaving out the other part, then you find yourself failing. You find yourself breaking down. And yet, if we collaborate, because also from my research, I realized that there is some amount of money, there is some kind of funding that only comes to you if you are working directly, let me say, with a government institution. Yeah, because we know that government is able, they are able to receive bigger amounts of money. So how are we going to transform our communities if we are only relying on the limited restricted funding that we are getting? We need collaboration and partnership. You need to collaborate with the government, the private sector, academia, because this shows that there is a connection. This shows an agreement between different sectors. This shows that you understand what we are doing. Yeah, so I believe that that's also one of the ways that after we understand where this money is coming from, because if you want to get money from the private sector, let me say from the bank or from private investors, and you haven't involved them in your work from the beginning, you haven't involved them in this knowledge, again, there is also a gap in knowledge. In these other private sectors, they may not understand the topic around climate change. So what have we done to also empower them with the knowledge to help them understand this? Because the sooner they understand this, the faster they'll also be able to support with the funding. Yeah, I have so much to say, but clearly I'll stop there.
Thank you. A round of applause for Evelyn. I think she's given us a comprehensive overview on the climate finance question, and I'll be coming back to her. But maybe we need to give Tinai one more shot and see. Tinai, are you able to hear us?
Yes, hopefully you can hear me too.
Finally, thank you so much for joining us. Please do introduce yourself, and then I'll be asking you the question that we'll be looking at the media and journalism. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Tinai Mafuna. So I'm a Zimbabwean based in Botswana, and I'm an intersectional environmentalist. I am the founder of the Sustainability Creative Communication Platform in Google Africa, and I'm also the founder of the Entertainment Team. Kids for Climate Action, effective communication is absolutely key in driving climate justice. So yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Tinai, for joining in, albeit remotely. And so we're going to really just pick your thoughts on effective storytelling and outreach. Because, as we know, telling stories, it brings some of these abstract notions into reality. It paints the picture as indeed it is, as opposed to what it would be if you're just reading about it. So you get to experience it and see it. And many of the young people, of course, have adopted it as a way of undertaking their activism. So in your opinion and from your experience, Tinai, how best can young people deploy storytelling in their activism to make sure that their message is well packaged and able to deliver that to the key stakeholders and the duty bearers to call them to action, but also to get to share the true lived realities of many of these communities that are at the forefront of the climate crisis?
Thank you so much for that question. So, I just want to say this now, there's a growing consensus climate activists globally that the climate crisis itself has become a communications issue. In our movements, we're trying what we can as young people, but despite our efforts, high level, and with climate change becoming reality. Like Derek said, some of us this is something that's very important for storytelling, especially on the continent for Africa. I want to ask ourselves how to communicate climate change on the continent. Whose narrative are we pushing?
Wow, I think we're missing out a great deal. The media, I request that maybe we connect better with Tinai, because we're missing a great deal of her submission, and we're not doing it for the sake of the formality. We actually want to pick her thoughts and insights on the subject. So we should connect better with her, and then I'll ask the question again. But in the meantime, with your permission, do allow me to come to Caroline here, and I'll be, asking the question on, statistical data-based activism. We know that in many spaces, youth or young people are not taken seriously, and in many scenarios, the youth activists or young people are doing activism. The activism is, it's somewhat hollow. It's not solid. It's not grounded. But based on data, it's not based on evidence. It's not effective, right? And so, how do we ensure that young people are able to have evidence-based activism? They're able to, undertake research. They're able to ensure that their activism is effective and based on statistical data to ensure that they know exactly what they're talking about.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I should start by maybe giving my journey of an activist. I got interest, I think 5 years ago, but I took time to join. Why? Because every time I would look at activists, I would see people who are speaking about things they don't know about. So that really drew me back until I met a team that was really willing to delve into research. So, and when I met this team, which is Agape Earth Coalition, I felt I had arrived, I had reached home. So yes, and why do we really emphasize data-based activism? I believe when you go, especially because we want to influence policies, right? We want to be heard. But again, how are we going to be heard if we don't know what we are even talking about? So we want to ask the activists here that before we go on a front line to hold placards, to say everything, can we have research? Can we do research? Because when we talk about statistical data-based activism, we are looking at an activism that relies on empirical evidence to identify problems, influence public opinions, and drive policy changes. So you cannot drive policy changes if you don't have enough data, if you don't things to back, you don't have evidence, if you don't have problem statements, if you have not identified gaps, because they are, what are you talking about? The RDC of Cotido, let me use the Cotido case study because that's where we were, could give us a platform because he saw that we went and did a research from the grassroots. I don't think there's another way we could have approached him unless we went and wanted to collect data. After collecting the data, we do analysis. Then as you continue to do the analysis, then you can come up with the problems. Then you come up with a problem statement. When you come up with a problem statement, that means you can identify the actual solution to the given community, which solution can easily be adopted by the community rather than sitting in an office and think about a community, think for them the technologies. Before you know it, you take a technology to the community. Of course, you will take photos, they'll clap for you, but before you know it, no one is adopting to that technology. So we are going back to the place where we are thinking, okay, rather than sitting in an office, why don't we first do research? Before we want to make noise to the government, what is our part as the youth? What have we done as land youth activists? So we are calling upon other activists to start empowering ourselves first and foremost. I don't want to divert from what our guest speaker said yesterday, that first and foremost, it will start with us. It will start with empowering us. Like my fellow speakers just said, that knowledge is power. So we need to equip ourselves and understand what we are talking about. Because if you have evidence, that means you are at certain advantage. There is credibility. Like everyone is going to look at your organization or as an individual, as someone who is legit, someone who knows what they are talking about. Then also we look at the evidence for change, because now when you have done your data, you've researched, you've done an analysis, you've compared, there is that place where you have evidence for change. Evidence. If I have evidence, then probably I can drive a change that I'm looking for. Then also we have the impact of measurements. This allows to track the impact of the efforts and measures the success of the campaign. For example, we did a case study in Karamoja. So when we come back and do data analysis and the data we collected, we do that analysis, then we go to another region, we do the same data analysis, then we do data comparison. When we do that, we can understand and compare the progress of our campaign as advocates. And then we are looking at the public engagement. I actually, allow me also use Cotido. When we went to the field in Cotido, we realized that the terms we were using to the community, it was hard. But now when you do data analysis and simplify it, the complex methods and the complex language becomes simple to this community, and they easily adopt to the ideas and the knowledge you're sharing to them. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. A round of applause for Caroline on that. And I think, of course, we take cognizance of the fact that undertaking that research requires some, finance as well. And I think that is why the conversation that Evelyn brought in on those strategies to harness some of the opportunities we have for climate finance becomes very, very critical. But it's also very important to ensure that the evidence-based advocacy we're talking about, of course, being led by young people, is grounded to ensure that it's actually, painting the picture as it is on the ground. This would be a good opportunity to bring Tinaya back to just share with us the role of storytelling. I don't know whether we have a better connection now before I come back to Evelyn, or looks like we Oh, we don't. Okay, no problem. I'll come back to Evelyn. Evelyn, the question of climate finance. I mean, the figures look great on paper, right? And when we talk about them, and I think even mentioned, we talk about 100 billion, looks great, sounds great. There's a sort of ray and flicker of hope that the figure brings. And last year, we had the Africa Climate Summit, and I mentioned that. And the theme really was driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa, but also the world, right? And we see all these commitments, and I mentioned this in the beginning. We see all these commitments. At COP28, we had commitments of over $100 million US to the Loss and Damage Fund, right? And the picture you paint, okay, we have the fund, we have the GEF, we have the Adaptation Fund, we have the Climate Investment Funds, we have all these funds, right? And recently, we also, saw the operationalization of the Climate Finance Unit in Municipal Finance here. But how can young people, organize better? The kind of initiatives they're undertaking, the organizations, how can they organize better to attract this finance? Because you find that in many scenarios, when there's a call for applications or for proposals, there's a criterion. You must have this, you must have this, you must have this, you must be registered, you must have this. And many a time, young people fall short. They don't meet that criterion as it is. So how can we as young people, as climate justice advocates and activists, how can we organize better to be able to attract and be able to receive the funding and that finance?
Thank you so much for that question. So it's a very wide topic, but since you've specified to talk mainly about young people, I'll also speak from experience and some of the observations that I have seen over years. One of the best ways I've seen how young people, you've talked about maybe organizations that don't meet the criteria or people that don't meet the criteria. Earlier I talked about collaboration and partnership. One of the gaps we have right now is the gap for young people to collaborate and partner. There is a lot of working in silos where people, organizations, groups want to work alone. But there is so much power in partnership and collaborations. And the partnerships and collaborations may not necessarily be a success in 1 year or 2 years, or you may not directly get the funding from the partnership and collaboration, but through the partnership and collaboration, you're able to learn. Let me give an example of an organization maybe that already has qualifies, is eligible for that particular funding. So if you're able to do the partnership and collaboration with that particular organization, your credibility will start growing. Yeah, because also what I've learned in the funding spaces, they always give you money according to what you can handle. Yeah, so if you start working with this organization and then you get to learn how everything works, maybe in the next year or in the next 2 years you'll be able to qualify for that funding. So I was just giving that from a layman's understanding. Yeah, but another way that young people that strengthen their fundraising capacity, there is a problem of accountability. There is no accountability. And much as we are talking about leaders or UN conferences becoming conferences of commitments, but on our end, where is the accountability as well? And I'm not saying this to support the commitments that are being made without action, but I realize that there is a very big gap in accountability, not just among the youth movement, but even in our countries, the accountability gap is very big. Yeah, because there is also a fear when this money is given. What's the process? Is there accountability? Is there transparency? What's the reporting process? So we have a big gap. So as young people, we need to try and organize ourselves and have structures, have finance structures, have structures in your different organizations, so that when you have the opportunity, that chance to meet a donor, you have a well laid out structure for the flow of money, because there is a very big trust issue when it comes to money. Most of the money that comes in big portions, I think it's coming from international organizations. Remember, these people do not know, they don't know you, they're just hearing from your story and building that trust. What are you able to do to grow this trust? So that is what we are missing. We need to have accountability. We need to have well laid out structures when we have the opportunity to meet these people. And then when you get the money, how are you able to account for this money? How are you able to show impact for this money? And then also, there's something that I forgot. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I talked about partnerships and collaboration, and I think within the partnerships, a lot of things, a lot of networking can happen, and you're able to understand the spaces better. Yeah, because we also need to appreciate that no man is an island. You cannot work alone, and every time you work alone, it also shows some sort of it shows weakness. But every time you're working together, earlier I mentioned that we are dealing with a system change issue. And the system change or the system issue is not, when we talk about a system change, we're not only talking about the government, we're not only talking about the politicians, but we're talking about you, like yourself. We're talking about your small network that you're in. Do you have systems in place? Are you able to start building the system from yourself? Yesterday we heard from our guest speaker, Apostle Grace Lubega, when he said, he talked about everything starting with us. If you are talking about climate justice and climate action, are you living it? If you are talking about a system change, are you starting to implement the system change in your own small network? Yeah, so we need to have accountability, transparency, and also, lastly, understand the basics and the different structures in money, how money comes in, what I explained earlier, the different sources of this money, so that we know where to find these people. Yeah, because most times I think, like I said earlier, we are only looking at one source of money, and sometimes we also ignore the other sources of funding that are national, like that are within our countries, within our government. So how do we get into these spaces? And you also talked about the challenges that young people have to get into these spaces, like now, maybe to get the government funding. I realize that GCF, Green Climate Fund, funds like that are very hard to access unless you're working with, you have someone in UNDP. I think you get them through UNDP or an organization that's connected to the government. But how do young people get there? It goes back to, again, partnerships and collaborations. How have you involved these organizations in your work, in your activities, so that they build that trust and then they're able to give you the money?
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for Evelyn. I think she makes very critical observations. And the issue of young people working in silos is a major, major issue here in Uganda. And I think across the world, you know, young people, it's like a mushrooming effect, doing the same thing, very little. So it's very important for, and I think even when you look at the power of, you know, the union, you know, young people coming together to explore those things that they can explore and be able to attract funding, it's really, really important for young people to come together, quit the silos, and find a way of working together to attract the requisite funding, but also to be able to implement some of these projects together. It's really, really, really important. And then the other bit, of course, that feeds rightly into SDG 17, you know, in partnership for cannot solve them single-handedly. The whole world, we need to, you know, put the differences aside and come together and solve the problems of our day. And of course, climate change, and of course, in the grander scheme of the triple planetary crisis, looking at climate change, biodiversity loss, but also pollution, is the critical questions of our time, and we need to find those solutions together. So in the interest of time, I would like to invite Caroline to just share her parting shots and on really on the subject project we've been exploring, and then I'll come back to Evelyn as well to get her parting shots, and then we'll break for lunch. I don't know whether Tinai is back, I see. Tinai, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can clearly this time.
Okay, finally. So we have kind of overshot our time, but I'll give you maybe about 5 or so minutes to share with us on how young people can deploy storytelling to make the climate activism more effective.
Okay, thank you. So just to be brief, since I wasn't able to join for the whole panel, I just wanted to say that the most important thing to take home is to frame Africa in our own narrative. So I wanted to speak to narrative framing, and I was going to share a quote by Wangari Maathai where she talks about how growing up in a colonial system, people who design that system will give us kinds of information that produces it. And our world is shaped, your attitude, your values are shaped. You are deliberately discouraged to appreciate anything about you because you're not supposed to imagine that there was anything good about your pre-colonial experience. So I'm just sharing this to say that with the stories that we tell about climate action on the continent, it should be from our perspective. We should frame positive narratives from Africa. We should speak to our capabilities, always in framing that we have the ability to change our own situation. We have the intelligence and the agency to act for ourselves. I think that sometimes, as everyone has highlighted, sometimes we get bogged down by feeling that we need finance all the time. But I really believe that sometimes as climate activists, as young people, we don't necessarily have the research, like it has been pointed out, and we need to borrow some of that credibility by working with other people, by working with journalists, going to our local universities and getting some of the research that has been done and creating content on that. Basically everything that we need to do as we use social media for activism, it needs to be rooted in facts. It needs to be rooted in actionable information. I think that sometimes we really get stuck on the climate dialogue itself, and we don't realize that as much as we know the terminology to use, we don't necessarily have all the information, right? So sometimes we appear preachy and we are not relatable because when we go to certain places, we show up as if we know better than the people that are experiencing the situation, that, you know, because we know the terminology. And I think that's something that we need to challenge ourselves from doing as climate activists, to just say that let's show up to the places that we're trying to represent and by their voices instead of trying to tell their stories. Everyone should be given a platform to tell their own story and frame it how they need to frame it. But ultimately, the bottom line for me is that we need to start being more, looking at our efforts in a more positive way. We need to be more intentional about how we even ask for funding, right? The people that are providing funding don't necessarily have our best interests at heart all the time, because sometimes I'm not entirely happy with the fact that Africa will always be donor funded. I think that we need to be intentional as this generation of youth activists to say that right now Africa has the biggest youth population. In 2050, that population is going to double. What kind of legacy are we leaving them to say that, what do they, how are we speaking to their belief system about their own capabilities? We need to really, really be intentional about that. Another thing I wanted to say quickly is that we need to democratize climate communication. Social media has given birth to the biggest youth movements globally because we've created this global, we're all connected because of social media. I've never traveled beyond Southern Africa, but I'm able to know that right now in Tuvalu, the oceans and the islands are being taken by the sea. So I think that we need to have media houses that are intentionally telling African stories from the perspective of Africa. Sorry, I'm rushing through my presentation a little bit. I don't want to miss what's important. So yes, by centering our stories that we tell on climate, by centering them on the communities that are most affected and letting them tell their own stories, we really have an opportunity to be more connected on the continent. We really have the opportunity to achieve climate adaptation that's rooted in community, because I think that's what's lacking. There's a disconnect with climate dialogue spaces and the people that are actually at the brunt of climate change. So we need to frame those stories, we need to document them, we need to create content rooted in how exactly the people want to be framed. Let's not perpetuate our own ideologies when we come into these spaces. And also, this is also something I wanted to say, and I almost forgot. It doesn't cost anything to simplify climate knowledge. The knowledge that everyone in this room has, it doesn't cost you anything to explain this in very simple terms to the people around you so that they're not left behind. Let's not be caught up in the dialogue itself, but be the solution that we need to see, essentially. So I think that's what I would like to say. In closing, I would just like to say that the revolution will not be televised, but it will definitely show up on your For You page. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Tinai. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for her. I think she's been very elaborate and articulate in her submission. Thank you so much. And so, in the interest of time, I would like to give a minute to Caroline here and Evelyn, just a minute to share their parting shots, and then we'll be able to break off for lunch. Caroline?
Thank you so much. I think I want to conclude by calling upon all the activists that let us go back to the communities that are grossly affected by the climate change. Let us work with the communities. Let us make our hands dirty. Let us not stay in offices and think for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Evelyn?
Yeah, I'll just say related to what I was talking about, let us organize ourselves as youth-led movements. Let us build systems and structures that will make these people, that will make the different sectors that are supposed to give us the money, to give us the money, because the money is there, but the organization, like organizing ourselves, the structures are not there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much, Caroline and Evelyn, as you resume your seats. That has been our panel discussion on effective youth-led activism. And a round of applause to you, our audience. You've been amazing and you've been engaged. Please, a round of applause to you. Okay. Great. So at this moment, we're going to, it's about 5 minutes past 1. East African Standard Time, so we're going to break up for our lunch, and our lunch is going to be exactly 45 minutes. So we should be back at 10 to 2, and our lunch is going to be exactly where we were yesterday. So please do carry your name tag along, and in case, of course, you've had so much from the team from Agape Earth, the work that they are doing. So in case you want to know more about the work they are doing, or you want to partner with them on some of the projects they are undertaking, or you want to support some of the work that they're undertaking, or basically you want to maybe just see how you can work together with them, there is an information desk at the entrance/exit. So, and they have a team right there. You can engage them, and then you get more information on how you can be part of the amazing work that Agape Earth Coalition is doing. So, thank you so much. You've been an amazing audience, and I can't stand further between you and your lunch. I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and we have amazing presentations coming up after lunch on carbon offset, of course, from and the team, but also on policy and governance. I see Mr. Turachi already here, and a great array of panelists who are waiting to share their ideas on the carbon offset, but also on the question of policy and governance. You do not want to miss that. So please do have your lunch quickly in the next 40 minutes now. I've eaten already 5 of that, my apologies, but I thought I would let you know. So thank you so much. I look forward to meeting you after lunch. Enjoy your lunch, or should I say bon appetit, or for guten appetit.
is over now. You keep me coming back for more. Baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. And love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. Isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. Oh, once in your life you find someone who will turn your world around, bring you up when you're feeling down. Yeah, nothing could change what you mean to me. Oh, there's lots that I can say, but just hold me now, 'cause our love will light the way. And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven. Yeah, love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see we're in heaven. I've been waiting for so long for something to arrive, for love to come along. Now our dreams are coming true, through the good times and the bad. Yeah, I'll be standing there by you.
Don't be scared. Touch me. I know what you want. Tonight is your night. For the rest of your life. So just lay back, relax, and listen.
There's something in your eyes, babe. It's telling me you want me, baby. Tonight is your night. Oh, yeah. So you don't have to ask for nothing. I'll give you everything you need. So, girl, don't be shy, baby. Just come inside. Oh, turn down the light, 'cause there is something that I want from you right now. Give me that honey love. Give me that honey love. Give me that honey love. I gotta have your loving, baby. Give me that honey love. Girl, your honey love. Give me that honey love. Oh, listen. Let's go to the mall, baby. I'll pick you up around, baby. Don't you worry about a thing. No, 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 no. I've got all the answers, girl, to the questions in your head. And I'm gonna be right there for you, baby. So, baby, come inside. Oh, turn down the light, 'cause there is something that I want from you right now. Give it to me. Come on.
without you near me, the days would all be empty. The nights would seem so long. With you I see forever oh so clearly. I might have been in love before, but I never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where we want to go. Hold me now, touch me now, I don't want to live without you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now how much I
Yeah. And I'll take your hand. Take my hand. We're gonna walk down that promised road, just like we planned. Just like we planned. 'Cause I know I'm gonna do just as soon as I'm back with you. Every breath that I take, I hope and I pray so we can be okay. Silent prayer. Silent prayer. Time and place. Hold me now. Don't let go. Though it hurts, and we both know the time we spend together's gonna fly. And everything you do to me is gonna feel so right. Baby, when you're loving me, I feel like I could cry. 'Cause there's nothing I can do to keep from loving you. No, 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 no. Here we are, all alone, trembling hearts beating strong, reaching out, breathless kiss. Never thought could feel like this. I want to stop the time from passing by. Want to close my eyes and feel your lips are touching mine. Baby, when you're close to me, I want you more each time. There's nothing I can do to keep from loving you.
standing too close to see. But you saw the light and never give up on me. Baby, that's forever, forever. Watch all my dreams come true. You're what I live for, who I can give forever to. Now I see my destiny is you. My destiny is you.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I put this tape in. I'm just gonna cruise down the road, look at the stars in the sky, and drift off into the sweet memories that I have of a love that my heart has been searching for so long. And I know somewhere, if I keep looking, that love I'll find. The picture grows clearer and clearer from the back to the front of my mind. And like love, a love I know I'll have. The girl that I want, she'll be mine, she'll be fly and last. I see her face that I can't let go. She's in my dreams and my heart, so let me know. Have you seen her? I'm looking for that love. She's a thought and a vision in my memory. I haven't met her, but tell me, where could she be? Have you seen her? I'm looking for that special love. Oh, love. Love is a feeling that the hammer definitely needs. Oh, yeah. Baby, be mine. I need your love to make it. So why don't you be mine? Oh yes, be mine. The search is going on from coast to coast. A woman for the man who's popping the most. Have you seen her? My heart is beating strong. This love cannot be wrong. I need her and I want her, so come on to my home. Have you seen her? I'ma keep looking. At the movies, in my car, on my stereo, at a game of different world, or the Cosby Show. Have you seen her? Yo, Bill, tell me what's up. At the track, at the club, or out buying doves. If you seen her, then I'll help her, cause I'm in love. Have you seen her? My heart is hurting so bad. Love is a feeling that I know I need. Oh yeah. Be mine, baby. I need your love to make it. Why don't you be mine? Where could she be? In a store around the corner, or wandering at night, or chilling with another brother holding the mic. Have you seen her? Hammer, you know I'm looking. Calling on my friends all around the place. Guy, LeBert, my homie Rob Bates. Have you seen her? If you peek her out, tell me. Yo, let me get on the phone. Ted, Dre, or Eddie Lover. 530, won't you help a young brother? Have you seen her? I got a picture in my mind. The Lord is so clear of the love I need here. Like Houdini magic. And why don't you appear? Oh baby, why don't you appear? I can see your face. I'm seeing her face again and again. Come knocking at my door, and you know I'll let you in. Have you seen her? Oh, my sweet love. Searching around the world, what more can I say? The girl is hard to see, like the unseen DJ.
Have you seen her? It's affair of your mind.
A kiss in the dark, a certain time I can call you, a letter of love, but no name did you sign, pretending to that we were just friends when I saw you. I didn't know that you wanted me to be. I didn't know that you wanted me for your to be your secret love. Why can't we tell somebody? 'Cause secret loves never last as long. Your secret love will never be your true love. I can't be no secret, baby. It's breaking my heart. You should have let me know from the first time, baby, that you were not free to love. How could you wait so long? Oh, what a waste of love, baby. I should have known that you wanted me to be. I should have known that you wanted me for your to be your secret love. Why can't we tell somebody? 'Cause secret love never mean as much. Your secret love will never be your true love. I can't be no secret, baby. It's breaking my heart. I won't be a secret love, 'cause it's just a waste of my love. I'm telling you from the start, I won't be the one who gives you love when your other ain't giving you Don't come now, wait for a while. Let's meet at the place downtown. It's a shame it has to be like this, but I really miss you, baby. Your secret love. Why can't we tell somebody? 'Cause secret love never lasts as long. Your secret love will never be your true love. I can't be your secret, baby. You're breaking my heart, my heart. Your secret love. Why can't we tell somebody? 'Cause secret loves never mean as much. Your secret love will never be your true love. I can't be your
And if you want my sweet love, if you need me, if you want me, give me your love. If you need me, realize, girl, that my faith is kind of sore. So I just stand there because my heart is weak and warm. So to bleed. I'm fragile, baby. Imagine the damage. Oh yeah. If you hurt me one more time, leave me mine, baby. I'm yours. If you want me, and if you want my sweet love, if you need me, love me forever. If you want me, give me your love. If you need me, oh baby.
I've been through a whole lot of relationships, whole lot of broken promises, but now I'm ready for a real one, sweetheart.
Yes, I am. You don't have to worry, baby. Oh, don't you ever go away. My baby. Baby, you're yours. And I'll give it all to you. Baby, I'm yours if you want me. If you need me, I'll be right here for you. Call on me, baby. 'Cause baby, I'm yours. If you want, I think you're only man you'll ever need. Oh, baby, baby, baby. I love you forever. If you want, right here, baby. I'll be right here. I'm the one to get me. I'll be the one you need, baby. I'll be right here for you, girl. Baby, I'm yours. If you need me, I'm yours. If you want me, baby, baby, I'm yours. Baby, baby, if you need me, baby, baby, I'm yours. Forever, baby, baby, I'm yours. If you want, baby, 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 I'm yours. Baby, baby, I'm yours. Baby, baby, I'm yours.
Yeah, baby.
I used to cry myself to sleep at night, but that was all before she came. I thought love had to hurt to turn out right, but now she's here and it's not the same, just not the same. She fills me up, she gives me love, more love than I've ever seen. She's all I've got, she's all I've got in this world, 'cause she's all the one I need, I need. And in the morning when I kiss her eyes, she takes me down, she rocks me slow.
dancing in the dark, middle of the night, taking your heart and holding it tight. Emotional touch, touching my skin, and asking you to do what you've been doing all over again. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Don't think I can keep it all in. I just gotta let you know what it is that won't let me go. It's your love. It just does something to me. It sends a shock right through me. I can't get enough. And if you wonder about the spell I'm under, oh, it's your love. Better than I was, more than I am, and all of this happened by taking your hand. And who I am now is who I wanted to be. And now that we're together, I'm stronger than ever. I'm happy and free. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Don't think I can keep it all in. And if you ask me why I've changed, all I gotta do is say your sweet name. It's your love. It just does something to me. It sends a shock right through me. I can't get enough. And if you wonder about the spell I'm under, oh, it's your I can keep it all in. I just gotta let you know what it is that won't let me go. It's your love. It just does something to me. It sends a shock right through me. I can't get enough. And if you wonder about the spell I'm under, your love. It's your love. It's
She's a sweet little girl. If you treat her right, feel nice and hold her tight. Only tenderonies can give the special love. A special kind of love that makes you feel good inside. You will need the love and all that it can do for you. Give it a chance, girl. always on the phone, talking to a homeboy, wishing they were home alone. She sends you lovely letters with the smell of sweet perfume. This is what I really been around me likes to do for you. You can need love and all that it can do for you. Give it a chance, girl.
go when the cold winds blow and my gun is on a plane. Oh, I'm never gonna love another the way that I have loved you. It's taken me a little time to discover it. Now I know it's true. But fatal hesitation made me miss the shore. Romeo is standing in the rain. I know that I have let her slip away. Fatal hesitation. Fatal hesitation. I saw you again this morning, walking down the beach. Though you are 1,000 miles away, you were only just out of reach. And when I got up close and I saw her face, I knew it couldn't be so. No, no, Romeo is standing in the rain. Yes, I know I have let her slip away. Hesitation. Fatal hesitation. I'm gonna get
Karamoja seriously. One, it has destroyed, drought has destroyed our crops. The government should teach the local communities on better methods of farming, and also the government should provide farm inputs like seed fertilizers to farmers. The government should advise farmers on how to plant trees so that to avoid this effect.
Interacted with really very wonderful people. They are so loving, and it has been really a very beautiful encounter. It has been very developmental. I think I've really learned a lot from them.
Would you believe me? Would you agree?
The indigenous communities are exposed to other challenges like extreme poverty. They're
Feeding on the realities of climate change on the continent, Young Africa climate change activists led by Agape Earth Coalition have raised a red flag calling for adaptation, loss and damage financing from the far world to mitigate the effects before escalating further.
Agape Earth Coalition started a grassroots communities.
Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Everything changes, but beauty remains. Something so tender I can't explain. Well, I may be dreaming, but till I awake, can we make this dream last forever? And I'll cherish all the love we share. A moment like this, some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Some people search forever for that one special kiss. Oh, I can't believe it's happening to me. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Could this be the greatest love of all? I wanna know that you will catch me when I fall. So let me tell you this. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Some people search forever for that one special kiss. Oh, I can't believe it's happening to me. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment like this. Oh, like some people
Agape Earth Coalition started a grassroots communities climate program, and this program has a vision to empower grassroots communities to be able to become more resilient and adapt to the impacts of climate change, and then understand the solution to one of the biggest challenges of our time, and those are the climate solutions and climate action.
This tense has come at the time when the world is witnessing the largest global climate strike.
Show me what power looks like
on the African continent are very anxious about the future on a hotter planet.
We have a project called Grassroots Communities, where we move to communities and empower communities, and we see how we can empower them in regards to climate change and the effects and how they have affected them.
Climate change has affected Karamoja seriously. One, it has destroyed, drought has destroyed our crops. The government should teach the local communities on better methods of farming, and also the government should provide farm inputs like seed fertilizers to farmers. The government should advise farmers on how to plant trees so that to avoid this effect.
Interacted with really very wonderful people. They are so loving, and it has been really a very beautiful encounter. It has been very developmental. I think I've really learned a lot from them.
The indigenous communities are exposed to other challenges like extreme poverty. They are hit by extreme poverty, high hunger rates, food insecurity, lack of education, quality education, water scarcity. The biggest number of the population here in Karamoja region do not have access to clean water, to clean and safe water. The biggest percentage of women do not have access to quality education. They do not have access to a decent meal, even in a day. If we are talking about a just transition and not leaving anyone behind, we do not have to forget communities like indigenous communities, like Karamoja region in Uganda.
Being at the forefront of this crisis is crucial for the African people to be driving force of climate adaptation.
Sometimes I just forget, say things I might regret. It breaks my heart to see you cry.
ensuring that they're able to understand some of these otherwise intricate concepts of climate change and being able to relay them. You're doing a great job. I know you don't need any further introduction, but I'd like to request you please do come to the stage for that poem. And as they do, I would like to inform you that we have some feedback forms that are being shared. So the idea really is that we want to hear from you what your experience has been, to pick your thoughts and recommendations on how we can make the African Climate Change Adaptation Conference much bigger, more impactful, and more relevant. So we'd like to hear from you, to pick your thoughts and your recommendations so you can share with us, and we'll be able to pick them and ensure that the next African Climate Change Adaptation Conference will be even bigger and better and more impactful, of course, drawing from your recommendations and insights. So I'd like to welcome the Little Earth Soldiers. Guys, please do come like soldiers. Yes, please do come. In fact, do run. A round of applause as they do. Yes, please don't stop until they get here. That will be the incentive. Okay. You guys are going to be amazed, I assure you. We have great young talent. It's a ray of hope to see the Little Earth Soldiers, as young people, not even just young people, but children really. I know we often say in Uganda that young people are the majority, but the truth is actually children are the majority. We say 78%, but that the 50% of that 78% is actually children, and the other 18 to 35 really the 28%. So, okay, so let me just cede the floor to them. I don't know whether they will need one mic or more. They might need probably one more mic, I think. Will that suffice? Or you need one more mic? You need 5 mics. Che. The infrastructure challenges of our continent, right? The young people need 5 mics. Okay, let's see what we can do. Well, that will suffice. Okay, the floor is yours. Please do proceed.
Hello, everyone. Grace Stewart Nisima is my name. I'm an 11-year-old climate justice activist. I'm here with the greatest team in the world, the Little Earth Soldiers. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. First of all, giving us a chance to speak on this platform despite my age. Our age means that you've understood the importance of children's voices in this fight. When I entered here, I was intrigued by the name Agape Coalition. But first of all, what does the name Agape mean? The love of God. Where are we all fighting from? It's our planet, it's our fight, we know. But if we're fighting, are we fighting from the place of truth? Because if we're not, there is a broken foundation. I believe that love is the most renewable resource that can help us save Mother Earth altogether. So we're gonna minister in one poem. Be blessed as we listen. Thank you. The heart of the world with the Lord, answering us already leave our home. No ordinary kids were climate justice night. Armed with passion and creativity, shining bright light. Not with swords or shields, but with
We've been talking about, the role of young people, but I don't think it gets better than this. Getting to hear their voices, their aspirations and convictions. So I would like to hear from the lady that I've had the opportunity to meet. I'm tempted to introduce her, but I think she'll introduce herself better. But also to just let you know that there's a bigger team of young people just like them. They're just maybe a cherry on the cake, but there's a bigger team I've had to meet, the privilege of meeting young people, not even young, but children, who are very passionate about climate justice. So maybe you can introduce yourself and the organization, and then tell us more about what you guys are doing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Linda Kimbabas is my name. I am their patron, for lack of a better word. I'm an educationist, and I recognized how important climate change was, and I had to replicate whatever I was feeling into them, and clearly they even do a better job.
A round of applause for Linda.
Yeah, so Little Earth Soldiers are more than just poets. We have been to Karamoja. We do community outreach programs. We do community outreach programs where they teach children about climate change. We are talking about kids in the slums, where Grace is speaking, and there is another Little Earth Soldier called Joseph, and he's interpreting in Luganda. What are we trying to achieve? So that no kid is left behind, because it's their future. I think whatever they said was very, very clear.
Yes.
Thank you for giving us this platform. God bless you.
Thank you, Linda. A round of applause for Linda, but also the whole team from the Little Earth Soldiers. Thank you so much. Wow, all right, you can resume yours. Maybe they can take a picture. Yes, maybe they can take one more picture before. Maybe in that picture, wait, maybe we can request the ED as well to join them. Mr. Isaac Sentumbe, please do come and join them with my friend Cham. Evelyn, please do join them as well. Yeah, please do join them as well as we take this very historical picture. I think I should keep quiet. Maybe my voice might reflect in the photos, right? Okay, please. Okay. I know they're Little Earth Soldiers, but I think they're allowed to smile, right? Okay. Great. History being made right there. One more picture. Okay, I think that should be the last. Great, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to the entire team from the Little Earth Soldiers. And Linda and the team, thank you so much for the amazing work you are doing in raising the next generation of climate leaders. I mean, they're already climate leaders, but also they're a huge ray of hope to see that there are young people and children at that who are very passionate and bear the conviction for the urgency of climate action. So thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a presentation, of course, on a more intricate note on the question, how does carbon offsetting contribute to adaptation? Is it beneficial to African communities? And if yes, how? And I'm going to invite Yuno and Joshua Omnok to take us through that presentation. I hope you're ready. I hope the tech team is ready. Okay. I don't see Joshua. Where's Joshua? Oh, yes. Okay. Ah, okay. All right, do enjoy the presentation. Joshua and you're most welcome.
You can have a good afternoon. My name is Mr. Omonuk Joshua. I work with Agape Earth Coalition, and I'll be sharing a brief introduction about carbon offsetting. Then Dr. Yuno will share much of the technical bit. I'll mostly share about the general perspective, just to give you a foundational basis for you to understand more of the technical part of it. So, what are carbon markets? Just for us to think of, the earlier speaker spoke about the need of raising climate finance and the different avenues of climate finance. One of the sources of climate finance is carbon market. The sad thing is what is mostly known about climate finance is it's a legal way that polluters continue polluting. However, when you study about it and learn more about it, you will know that there are many opportunities that many polluters are using to get the money that you are advocating for. So it's important for you to learn about these carbon markets. Even if you may not be able to make the initial investment, but you may be on a seat of experts and you may be the expert. So take some keen interest. So we'll be talking about the policy, then the policy, the market, and project development in brief. The policy, I'll be talking about the two articles, Article 6.2 and Article 6.4. They are from the Paris Agreement, and they are the basis of these carbon markets. It's basically like carbon markets operate on mitigation. Mitigation means reducing the CO2 emissions or removing the CO2 emissions or omitting them generally. So the carbon market simply is like, for instance, if Uganda has reduced its CO2 emissions, or it has opportunities that can reduce CO2 emissions, or it has, let me say, very good forests where you can quantify the amount of emissions captured from the environment, they are called offsets. These offsets can be sold to a more developed country, and you get money into your country. And this money can be used in adaptation measures, among others. But this interaction between the developed the country which is having the project, that the host, and the buyer, we can interact through a market and through, let me say, UNFCCC or any other body which is regulating this transaction. Article 6.2, basically, you interact through a market, meaning, let me say, Uganda and UK can discuss what are these terms of the bilateral agreement that we are using for us to offset our CO2 emissions through a project in your country. Whereas the next one, 6.4, it goes through a lot of regulation. It does not depend only on the host and the buyer. An example of a regulator could be UNFCCC and among others. Has anyone here heard of the concept of a carbon market? Oh, that's nice. So let's go to the next slide. The next thing is a market. Many of you hear of carbon markets, but you wonder, how can I participate? So in this market, we use reducing emissions by putting a price on carbon. Because you know many firms operate on the principle of profit. No matter how emotional you speak, no matter how many people are dying, if it doesn't make money, it doesn't make sense to the company. So that's why they came up with a method of how do we put a price on carbon, so that even the man who is business-minded, we can skew him towards reducing his carbon footprints. Please go to the next slide. The next still. So I'll be using two major markets of verified carbon standard and gold standard. You can check them out in your phones or in your laptop, Vera and gold standard. You can Google Vera registry or gold standard registry. You'll see a couple of projects that you know in your country that are listed on the carbon markets. And you'll be wondering, all along I thought I'm working on I got some donor funding for nothing. Yet your project is participating on a carbon market. Someone is making more money off you. It's not wrong, but it's good to know what's going on. Next slide. So I'll give an example of if you would like to make a carbon project and your project to participate in the carbon market, you'll begin by project development. Usually this is done by organizations like South Pole, but of course the idea begins with you. The next thing, after you develop a project, the next thing is the organization will assess how measurable is this project. Can we quantify the amount of CO2 emissions that your project is reducing? Once they are quantifiable, the next step is, can they be monetized? Because why usually you wonder that why don't many trees of environment participate in projects of trees not participate in carbon markets. Sometimes it's hard to quantify how many CO2 absorptions has the tree made. Whereas you'll see a polluter, let me say like Kakira Sugar Limited, which is polluting every day, but it's listed on Vera. And it's gaining these carbon projects. Because when it installs a new technology which reduces the emissions it's making, it can easily quantify that and it can participate on the carbon market. So the next thing is some things which are good to consider when they're developing a carbon project. There's examples of SDG additionality. I think most of you, when you're with your funders, they ask for images while you're doing work. They say, we need images which show some girls participating. We need some images showing children participating. Those are additionalities addressing SDG covering women and SDG covering children. So don't go back and question your employers. But some of your projects are actually participating in these carbon markets. But go to the next slide. Yeah, the previous slide. Yeah, so my colleague will be adding on that. But what I would like you to go with is to everyone can participate in the carbon market. However, why many people are not able to participate, the initial investment is quite expensive because hiring companies like South Pole to help in project development, in quantifying the project, you will need a minimum of $100,000 US. It's quite a big sum of money, but if it's a project being implemented by a government, it's a very little amount of money. Meaning our governments can also position themselves to make more climate finance from carbon markets because this money is there and many polluters are aware of these steps. Oh, sorry. Much of the money we are advocating for, if we do not learn these steps, we find ourselves we are advocating and to benefit the polluter. So policymakers, people with companies, if let me say you have a project which let me say eco-clean cooking. When you have an eco-clean stove, you're reducing the amount of firewood being used. It's in a way reducing the amount of CO2 emissions. That project qualifies to participate in a carbon market. However, you may not have the initial investment of paying companies to help you in the whole process. But it's important for you to learn about it because most of you are going to be on panel of experts. When governments are looking for people to consult in these stages, you're the first people they'll reach out to because you've been in the climate space for some time. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Go back. Start from scratch, please, Carly. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody between and beyond, welcome to the live reading of my 26 pages essay on the research question, how does carbon offsetting contribute to adaptation? Is it beneficial to African communities? If yes, elaborate how. Boring. It's true, right? So we can also just talk about fish. Let's talk about fish. How many of you didn't know that fish contributed to about 5% of the Ugandan exports in 2017? How many didn't know that? Very little. Yeah, fish is an important resource here. But I don't want to talk about any fish. I want to talk about a specific fish today, which is content notification dead fish. By the way, I personally don't eat fish. I don't eat meat. It's rare here, right? So we've been discussing a lot of, like, let's not use this transport, let's not use that. What I'm missing in these discussions in this room is the role of food. But that's a side note. Content notification dead fish. This is red herring. Who of you knows red herring? Some. So it's a form of kipper, so it's a processed fish. It's processed in a way that the meat looks reddish. It's not natural. A red herring also refers to something else. According to the Oxford Dictionary, is this not working at all? Or, well, we have it. A red herring is something that misleads or distracts from a relevant or important question. So let's keep this in mind. And from here, let me restart my talk. Welcome to the presentation on carbon offsetting and adaptation, fishing in a sea of red herring. So, carbon offsetting. Let's start with what is carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting is a carbon trading mechanism that enables entities to compensate for offset greenhouse gas emissions by investing in projects that reduce, avoid, or remove emissions elsewhere. It's a nice definition. I personally have two ways to think about this. One is from a more personal perspective. So I think about my own carbon footprint. By the way, carbon footprint is a concept that is brought to you by the fossil fuel company, namely BP, in order to shift the responsibility of emissions from the big industries to the consumers, to the individuals. In Germany, in the global north, it's a big thing about emission aware people. So there are especially two kinds of emissions that are a lot compensated. One of them is flights. So what we regularly do is compensate the emissions we produce through flights. And the other one is housing. Like in Germany, it's cold in winter, so we don't have AC, we have radiators, we have heating. And this is regularly done by fossil gas, and there are some ways to also compensate that. So there's this level of individual personal compensation. But as has been mentioned previously, there are also carbon markets. So there's another layer, another dimension of this, which is more relevant to companies and to governments, which in some cases actually behave like companies, but that's a different discussion. So here's the emission trading scheme, ETS. This is an abbreviation that you might come along with. It's based on the Paris Agreement, as we have heard before, Article 6. Here we can see different ETS schemes. The most prominent is probably the EU ETS, which is the black curve. And we can see that in the last years, the carbon prices went up significantly. So if you have a lot of money and you invest smart, this is a good investment. This is how most of people in Global North know the ETS and the carbon market, because it's an investment strategy for individuals. But of course, it serves a different purpose, which we have discussed before. The idea behind it is that that we create this market where we can trade these emissions. And this is how it works. We have two companies, Company A and Company B, and they both have a cap. They have an amount of carbon emissions they can produce. And now it happens that Company A stays below what they are allowed to, while Company B emits more. So what happens is that Company B gives money to Company A and buys this additional carbon offsets, this allowance of emissions from Company A. And then we can ask, well, how do they get the emission certificates in the first place? If you're lucky and you're a big company and you're in the right country, you're just given them for free. So there are many governments who just give out carbon, like what they are allowed to produce and emissions, and nationally they just give it out to the companies. But in other cases, there's like a market and you have to auction on it. And even if like the governments don't have unlimited supply, so there's a way of creating these emission certificates. And this is by investing in emission reduction projects regularly in the Global South, where this carbon is offset by, for example, tree planting or renewable energy projects, which creates these emission certificates and allows companies and governments to produce more emissions. And as you can read there, at COP27, the negotiators agreed to define offsets and credits issued under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement as mitigation contributions. So coming back to the question on adaptation, this is a point where we can say, well, how does it help with adaptation finance? It does directly only collaterally. Like if a measure coincidentally also adds up to adaptation contribution while focusing on mitigation, we have a direct contribution on adaptation. But for the creation of the offset certificates, we only focus on mitigation contributions. It's an important thing to know. So let's dive a little deeper into Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, the Emission Reduction Cooperation. Then an overview about Article 6, it allows countries to collaborate on reducing greenhouse gas emissions by trading emission reduction outcomes. The two key mechanisms, Article 6.2 and Article 6.4, if we had it already. So there's another beautiful abbreviation, ITMOs, International Transfer of Mitigation Outcomes. So Article 6.2 creates this opportunity of trading. So it allows countries and companies to do this trading. And Article 6.4 then establishes the centralized credit mechanism, which is governed and managed by the UN to establish a global system to generate and trade emission reduction credits managed and controlled by the United Nations. So to make sure that all the standards are basically globally the same. Yeah, because otherwise we would have like a very colorful carpet of different markets, and in order to tackle this, Article 6.4 generates this centralized mechanism. So here are a few examples. One is the renewable energy projects like wind farms, solar power installations, especially in the global south. We have energy efficiency projects, industrial efficiency upgrades, building retrofitting like insulation, efficient lighting, smart systems for emission reductions. We have the CCUS projects, carbon capture and utilization and storage, taking carbon dioxide, CO2 from high emission industry like, for example, concrete farms, or just take it out of the atmosphere, and utilizing this to generate products, for example, plastics. This also creates emission certificates. Reforestation, afforestation projects, planting, restoring forests, or agroforestry as a form of carbon storage compared with agricultural benefits. We have agricultural and land use projects, climate smart agriculture, or peat and wetland restoration, waste management projects like biogas and landfill gas capture. We have transport sector projects. This is very relevant in Germany right now because electric vehicle infrastructure is developed a lot. Public transport expansion, I think we all can use it, also speaking from German perspective. Cooking and household energy projects, this is probably relevant to here. Cooking stoves, household solar. Blue carbon projects focusing on marine life, like coastal ecosystem restoration or mangrove, and industrial gas projects. So some of you might know that there are greenhouse gases that are way more potent than carbon dioxide. Methane is one. The hydrochlorofluorocarbons are some, or laughing gas, N2O, is another one. So what are the key challenges we face? Oh, that was too far. Key challenges include the environmental integrity, so we need to make sure that the emission reductions are real, additional and permanent. So if we build up a forest and the forest is cut down after 2 years, we gain nothing. So that's something to be aware of. Also, double counting is a thing. We can make a project here and use this offset for ourselves, and then also additionally sell this offset to somebody else. So that's something to keep in mind and to make sure that this is not possible in order to have a functioning market. And then, of course, the social and environmental co-benefits that the project should maybe also look at the people and not only at the emissions. So to also support sustainable development and deliver benefits to the communities. So I'm a person, that's too fast. That's too fast. Why is this? Yeah, so I'm a person of numbers. I'm a natural scientist. So let's have an example calculation. The current CO2 concentration measured last month on Mount Kio, I don't know how to pronounce it, in Hawaii, was about 423.4 parts per million. So you take 1 million parts and 400 something are carbon dioxide in this atmosphere. The pre-industrial carbon dioxide concentration is probably somewhere around 300 ppm. So we're already, like, we raised the bar almost by 50% already. So yeah, if we combine, like if we look at the total carbon dioxide concentration and then the relative concentration, it comes down to 1 part per million being about 7.8 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide. That's a bunch, right? So if we remember, like if we put these numbers together, we arrive at about 1 trillion tons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere since pre-industrial times. And if we look at the carbon market and just apply a very tiny amount, and if we look at this, this scheme again, we see like €1, as a European, I use euros, but you can easily exchange it with US dollars. It's pretty much 1-to-1. So if we take €1 per ton, we would assume, since the start of industrial time, a loss of, like a compensation through this ETS schemes of €1 trillion. So of anything that has been coming so far, we would assume €1 trillion on like the carbon market. We don't see the money, right? Do we see 1 trillion in carbon markets? We don't. And even like, okay, let's take 60 euros per tons. And if we look at this, we can see it's conservative for like European, that's the red, and the blue one is Swiss. This is 60 euros. For them, it's a rather conservative measurement. Let's stick with it. 60 euros per ton. Increasing the atmospheric concentration on carbon dioxide by 1 ppm should yield in a carbon trade, in like trading these emissions, should yield a profit of about 500 billion euros. And yet, the World Bank talks about a total by 2030 of $250 billion, which is, as I said, pretty much 1-to-1. So where's all this money? You see the discrepancies, right? Like 1 ppm, so when we arrive at 424.4 ppm, we should assume already 500 billion in compensation money, but we don't see it. So why is this? This is because many parts of the industrialized world, of the heavy emitters, do not participate in this program. We see Europe participating, we see China participating, we don't see Russia. We see parts of the US, but we see much part of the US not participating, Russia not participating, India not participating, the Middle East not participating, Australia not participating. So they just emit and they don't compensate for it. They don't pay their shares regarding to this ETS scheme. So that's where this discrepancy comes from. So let's have a summary so far. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement creates this voluntary, important, voluntary carbon market. The benefits we can have from this is that it can reduce the transition costs and mobilize resources, and it incentivizes, difficult word, the greenhouse gas emission reduction and removal. Entities like companies and countries can buy and sell these emission certificates. And this creates potential for low-emitting countries, especially located in the Global South, to generate and sell emission certificates. So for example, if Uganda plants forests and restores wetlands and creates renewable energies and also doesn't emit as much as they are supposed to do, they have an overload of emission certificates which they can sell to the high emitting countries in Europe, in the United States, and so on and so forth, and generate some profit from this. And this revenue can be used for mitigation and adaptation programs. The emission certificates can be created through mitigation projects only. It's irrelevant, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, like, as we discussed, renewable energy or tree planting projects. There are a few risks and problems. For example, the project integrity, the risk of double counting, the neglection of social dimensions. Some high-emitting countries don't even participate or even care about this whole process. And this results in money flow being far less than it should be. I want to discuss a different question, though, or introduce an additional question, because we're discussing offset of emissions that happen, right? Emissions happen all the time. And one question I want to bring to this table is, how much emission is actually left? And these pictures, you should know them. And these graphs, you should know them, right? The one underlying now is carbon dioxide concentration. Yeah, it's carbon dioxide concentration, and we see it's still rising. All these COPs, all these conferences, all these empty words, they are empty because the line is still rising and it continues to accelerate, right? Emissions grow. And this results in some possible futures, which at the best case scenario, when we reach the tipping point in the next years and reduce emission by 2050, even then we have this significant raise in global temperatures, which result in all these things like floods and droughts and landslides. We already observe, especially you already observe, right? I mean, in Germany we also have floods. So we are also affected, but it's a very different game, right? It's a very different level. I don't need to tell you. So, talking about adaptation at this point only, about adaptation only, about, no, not adaptation, I'm sorry, about compensating, about offsetting only at this point is like this situation. The car is still on this person and the bystander asks, well, where do you want me to put that Band-Aid? Maybe we should first remove the carbon emissions. So this is kind of yeah, I think one of my punchlines overall, like maybe we should really, like, it's all nice and good ideas, but it doesn't do it if we don't remove the carbon emissions, if we don't reduce the carbon emissions. So my questions and critique on this whole thing is, how good are the compensating projects? With a follow-up question of, if we look at this cycle again, do they instantaneously remove the compensated carbon from the atmosphere? So is it immediately taking out the carbon it's supposed to compensate? Of course, answer is no. But then we should ask ourselves, if it's not, is it actually true compensation, or is it just a nice idea? Which is, like, let's discuss later. But yeah, another question is the carbon price that we've been seeing in these ETS schemes, is it actually high enough? Is it fair? Is it really covering the damage that these emissions create? And then, also as we discussed earlier today, are the funds generated from this, are they actually used efficiently and effectively? Or is this maybe just a sale of indulgences? And yeah, if we look at these graphs, one more. might ask ourselves, is this, let me call it, cheap solution, maybe not only distracting from the necessary emission reduction? So how much of a red herring is this whole idea of carbon offsetting? I used to say, well, it's the best we have right now, and this might be true, but we must not forget, even if it's the best we have right now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's good yet. So I personally might look at it as a transition technology. It's a good idea, it's better than nothing, certainly, but it's not going to solve the issue. Yeah, because you can't eat money when there's no water and no food anymore, right? So, again, let's go back to the initial question. Let's bring adaptation in focus. The revenues from selling emission certificates could be used for adaptation financing. And this is, I think, the answer. If yes, elaborate how. This is how I answer this question. However, it creates this double burden, because in the first place, we need to do these mitigation efforts in order to create the emission certificates. So we need to do the mitigation, and then from that revenue we can do the adaptation as well. And this is, yeah, let's discuss if this is fair. So there's another very important requirement, which is proper governance. And just 3 days ago, I stumbled upon a newspaper article which stated that in the last year, 44% of tax money in Uganda, which amounts to 9 trillion Ugandan shillings, were just flushed down the drain. They were just wasted by corruption, by inefficient project handling. Most of this actually also from environmental projects. If you want to, like, if you question this number, I'm happy to share the article with you, and then you can discuss with the newspaper how true this actually is. So, yeah, the question I'm stuck with is, does adaptation without proper mitigation by the heavy emitters, right, even make sense? It comes down to this discussion we had earlier in the panel, this thing of, let's not rely on the money, but we need the money. So let's do both. Let's assume Global North will not pay for this. Let's assume you have to do this yourselves. So let's focus and let's go for the adaptation. And at the same time, not stop to demand proper mitigation, proper emission reduction, not from your own people, not from us people, but from the companies and the governments who are the ones that are doing the emissions. Yes, so here's my conclusion. Drastic emission reduction is the only true solution. Or to put it in the words of UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres, delay means death. But carbon offsetting can be considered a transition technology as long as this emission reduction doesn't happen, and we observe that it doesn't happen. So we have pro-arguments. It's better than nothing, and it's a nice addition, if and only if governments don't fail us on how they spend this money. On the other hand, we need to be careful that it has the potential to distract us from the necessary reduction in terms of, well, we're carbon neutral on paper. We bought all our emission certificates. And those of you who have been to COP and actually going into these conferences, into these negotiations, I've been in one of them, and it was just a discussion between a representative from the USA and a representative from Australia, who is entitled to buy the compensation from, I don't know which country anymore. But they didn't talk about reduction. They just discussed like who of them should buy, should be entitled to buy these emission certificates from a country that was offering it. So, yeah, by carbon offsetting itself, we will not solve this. And also, let's keep in mind the true social cost of carbon emission. So we have to be careful because the current regulatory framework focuses on mitigation only and not adaptation. So it's about how the money that is generated is spent in order to benefit for adaptation. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to the discussion and your questions. Here are a few suggestions what we could discuss. How could the globally fair climate just compensation model look like? What would be a good price for carbon? Is a carbon market actually a good idea? What projects should be funded in regard to compensating? And please let me know how was your lunch. Thank you for your attention. Thanks to Agape Earth Coalition for having me. And please be aware that referencing of this slide of this presentation was far from good. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause to Yuno and of course in extension to Joshua. We are time bad, but I'll maybe allow us a latitude of 5 minutes to just ask some questions. But Joshua, thank you so much, and to Yuno has also been very informative. So maybe I would say vielen Dank für diese sehr informative Präsentation. Vielen Dank. Okay, so we'll get a few questions here, maybe 5 minutes. I see a few hands. We'll begin with Vincent here, and then we'll go to Imam behind there. I'd like some ladies as well ask some questions, because it's very important for us to not only do, but to be seen to do. All right, Vincent, please keep your question in under a minute, so we can move to the last part of the afternoon. Vincent?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Vincent, founder and CEO at Mikla. Thanks for having me today. No question, I just wanted to say thank you. Robert has been, we are in many groups with so many colleagues here, and I'm one of those guys who has been a little bit negative about carbon markets and how they take away the social ability and our concentration on real mitigation issues. And it's my first time, and I have attended many conferences about climate change to meet someone who has those questions. Like you, I'm not 100% against it. I'm still learning, but I love it, and you are a good presenter. You have made things simple. I mean, you are amazing. It's my first time to meet someone talking about carbon markets this way, and I will really look forward to having so many conversations with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Vincent. We'll get Imam behind there, and then, oh, okay.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay.
Thank you to our panelists. My name is Mugisha Imam. I lead the team at Youth Concerns on Environment and Development. We are based in Mbarara, but also operating nationwide. My question is, and I like it that from the UN General Secretary, delay is death.
Yeah.
And my question is about emission reduction and questions and that keep really, hindering my mind about stranding our assets in the name of, conserving environment. And this is the discussion, I think, that came up during the last Environment Parliament. Environmental conservation vis-a-vis poverty conservation.
Yeah.
What is your take in Global South stranding its asset, for example, oil and gas, in the name of conserving environment?
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll get one more question here. Oh, my hands are pressed. I'll have to get RDC to speak as well. And I think we'll call it that. Okay. Ilham.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to ask the question. First, I would like to thank our two speakers. I just feel like I need to go back to school because I learned a lot. And I actually have a question that will end with a recommendation, if possible. While I'm seeing how our governments in Africa taking this issue of carbon markets, it looks like most of them don't understand what is it about. Because there is not the same price in our countries. I'm using example. There is some countries in Africa where 1 ton of CO2 costs around 100 USD, and in another country it costs less than 10 USD. So in case it's a mistake or an issue of don't understanding this issue, a recommendation is to see how to make this kind of amazing presentation in presence of our authorities, so that they can get involved and make this thing of carbon markets useful for our communities. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Oglum, for that. We'll get to the RDC, the final. Maybe you can rush a mic. Oh, okay. And okay, yes. We'll end here. So let's have the RDC, and then we'll come here and then come back to Joshua and,
Thank you, for your thrilling presentation. When I was in Gulu, when I was working in Gulu, I had a group of farmers who had taken up robust tree planting. And apart from logging, they were wondering how they could benefit from that carbon market, because they were aware that the trees act as carbon sinks. But I didn't have a strategic direction for them. Maybe for now, you can give us an explanation. Thank you.
Okay, right. One more question, then we'll come to and okay, just two more questions here, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Please make them brief.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Dr. My question, first of all, I will make a comment, then I ask a question. What I can see is that the global north, they are paying us to offset carbon. And when you look at it, they continue to generate more greenhouse gases, but they don't want to reduce them, but they want to pay us to reduce them. And what I've seen, most people I know you at the end of year, honestly, cannot sustain you. So it is, in other words, my thinking is it could be a way of keeping us actually in poverty. They continue to generate gases, while for us we continue to struggle to reduce the gases. But then my question is, what can we do to ensure that we are on the same page? We all talk of reduction or mitigation, and we talk of adaptation, because if we are continuing with that trend that we are being paid off to offset carbon, I want to assure you we shall end poorer than we are today. So the question here is, what can we do? We should be looking at strategies on how to cause them also mitigate and allow us also where we can develop, because our carbon footprint is much lower than theirs.
Yeah, right.
So why should we be the ones offsetting while they continue to generate? I think it's not fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. They should also plant some trees, yeah? No, I think it's an industrial level. Okay, Immaculate, make it very brief, yeah? So we can come back to Joshua,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
As brief as a full stop. So my name is Immaculate Alma from Climate Inclusion Network. So this is my very first climate conference, and I'm honored to be here. My issue is just one. So because it was my first time to listen and hear about these carbon markets, I would like just the speakers, if you could, in just one sentence, describe to a layman like me. I don't care if you use donuts or a dog or a skirt, something that would easily resonate to a layman like me. So thank you.
All right, great. I think this will have to be the very last. I see one of the Little Earth soldiers has a question. So I'll just rush the mic to her, and then immediately after that, we'll be coming back to Joshua and to respond to some of those very pertinent questions. Yes, Grace.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Once again, Grace is my name. My question is, I've heard about the carbon markets time and again, and they seem complex. How possible is it to break it down to a child? The same goes for negotiations.
Wow, thank you so much, Grace. And I think we'll come back to and Joshua. I saw they were taking notes. Some of them look like essays, yeah, to some of those questions. So maybe we'll begin with Joshua. Maybe you use the other mic, yeah. It might be more efficient.
Yeah. Mr. Sewanyana, please help me display the gold standard carbon market and the list of Uganda to help me answer some questions. So while he's preparing that, I'll start with Mr. Kalonji's question about the price of carbon markets. Carbon markets behave just like any other market. If you talk about coffee, let me say, from Uganda, it's the highest quality, but you find some farmers are selling it at a very low price. There are many factors which influence the price of coffee. So that happens the same in the carbon market. There are many factors which influence each ton of carbon, and those are the additionalities I spoke about. For example, there's that project where there are some icons. I know you're familiar with some icons about that. One is clean water, the icons about SDGs. It means that that project, on top of reducing emissions, it's also addressing those pertinent SDGs, meaning it offers more additionalities. It will attract a higher price on a carbon market. So that is something which influences one of the things which influences the price. Many people think about carbon market projects as planting trees. When you see the list of the carbon project, tree projects are really quite few. Most projects are reducing emissions. You may even wonder that how is Toyota participating in a carbon market? When Toyota introduces a new technology, let me say of hybrid cars, meaning these cars are reducing the amount of CO2 they used to emit the previous year. It qualifies as a mitigation strategy because mitigation is reducing CO2 emissions. So I'll also come to your questions about what can people from your area do. I would encourage them not to think about carbon markets as just as trees, because even animal farms emit methane. There are some carbon projects which are used how they can use this the dung to make energy. That offers reduction on waste and something of that nature. However, the same thing I highlighted that the process of developing a carbon project is quite costly, but it's possible. Like we have seen many projects being implemented like hydro by pulling together resources. So even a local farmer in their farm projects, they can pull together as farmers, and if through the project development we can quantify how much methane has been reduced before the implementation of this project and after. And on top of that, we can assess how many additionalities are in this project. How are they affecting women? How are they affecting local communities? That's why we see many projects you're implementing these days. There is an aspect of the indigenous people. Because sometimes they would offer carbon finance to people, but it would result into displacing of indigenous people. That became a new additionality to be added. The other question was, in one sentence, describe carbon markets. Me, from my economics perspective, I would say it's a carbon tax. Just like you'd say one time we're in Uganda here and there was a tax introduced on Facebook. And it had an influence on how much people use Facebook. It also happens in the carbon market. I would call it a carbon tax. The more this tax is introduced, you see, by force, Toyota is forced to produce more sustainable cars each year. By force, Total is forced to, when it's having a project, let it not displace indigenous people. So in one way or the other, the fact that you may not be aware about the different projects of carbon markets does not mean things do not work. So it's common that even much of the media know little about carbon markets, but carbon markets work. However, carbon markets still have very many weaknesses, just like any other market. I think those are the ones I'm able to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. A round of applause for Joshua. The response is, okay, you know?
All right. Yeah, let me also maybe start on those two questions you answered, just to add two more words. So yeah, I think for the price diversion that was discussed, like you gave the perfect answer. It's a market. If you have low prices, you sell more, right? That's also one of the things. Another thing that might do this. Then you said, like, let's have this presentation in front of the stakeholders, in front of the governments. I'm like, for me personally, I gave up on the governments, to be honest. Like, my experience is they know very well, and they just decide to do the opposite, especially for the global north governments. But yeah, I don't know, I can't speak about any other government than the Central European governments. And I was really thinking about how would I put it into easy words, like combining these two questions. I think tax, like breaking it down to a tax, is a really good way. And the only thing I want to add to this is it's not only a tax, but the governments, like the countries among each other, they start to share and create this market. But for the end user, it's pretty much like a tax. If you create something, just apart from a tax, since it's a market, when you remove, when you remove emissions or have mitigation projects, you can benefit from this. I think that's the addition to the tax, right? In order to, when I emit something, it works like a tax, but I can make use of it by, when you're not using Facebook, you're not getting any money back, right? So that's, I think, the difference, what I would add to this. But it was also about the negotiations, the question from the child in the back. And I really feel this question, I really feel it, because these negotiations, they are full of so many fancy words, all these abbreviations, and for me, honestly, I think they are just distractions. They're just for the rich and famous to feel good and to have the impression of we're doing something, but in the end of the day, it's not about the talktivism, it's about the activism. So, for me personally, I say I don't even participate in these negotiations anymore because most of the time it's just hot air. So yeah, as I said, other than a tax, you can benefit from it. And this coming to the question from our, how do you say RDC? I'm not familiar with these abbreviations here. RDC. So thank you. It's a really tough question. I really had to think about it, and I was I was afraid to say I don't know. And I think it's 90% of my answer, I don't know. But then also Josh explained, there are ways to participate in this market, and the biggest hurdle is this financial, you need to have a lot of money to participate in the first place. So it might need help from the government. It might need to be a very collaborative approach. Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough question. It's really tough. I was thinking about wetland restoration also, because it really it is a good carbon sink. I think that this has to be taken into account also. The carbon prices are comparably high, but they might not be high enough for a small farmer to actually really benefit from this. So it might be the market might be designed in a way that only big companies and only governments can actually benefit from it. But I don't know. I'm not an economist. Maybe Josh can give more insight on this. I will continue thinking on it, and if I come up with a proper answer, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry to not offer anything more useful at this point. What can we do to be on the same page? Question from there. I'm afraid the global north has no interest in being on the same page. You really, you precisely explained how it is. They are basically just sale of indulgences. They give you money in order to justify the emissions that still rise. There's zero interest, that's what I observed. There's zero interest in many developed countries to actually reduce emissions. And there's zero interest in the Middle East to reduce extraction of fossil oils because it's giving revenue, right? So I think, as I said, I gave up on governments in many ways, and this is one of them. I actually, honestly don't believe those global north governments are on our side. And the last question, I hope I didn't forget anything, stranding assets for conservation. So I think when every single case has to be looked at individually, right? There's no general answer for this, and I think it's totally fair to say, okay, we kind of need this extraction now, we need this exploitation, we need this whatever for development. But then also this is used as a cheap argument in so many cases. Let's look at ECOP. Solar power is already the cheapest form of energy. It is already. There's 0.0 rational argument to further invest in fossil energies. And this argument of, well, now the global north is taking the chance of like putting the pressure on us and we cannot develop, like this might have been accurate 150 years ago when we didn't have these technologies that are already cheaper. Right? So what I say to this is don't make the mistakes we did, right? Just because we did it doesn't mean you should do it as well. And like we're so dependent on this now, and we're like it's so toxic. We see the results of this. You shouldn't fall in the same pit. The reason why Total Energies and CNOOC invest in the EACOP and not in solar power is because of revenues, because they get their share. Right, Total Energies gets, I think, 65% of revenues of EACOP. Yeah. So this is, I think, like, yeah, to break it down and like, let's get not lost in this discussion, but to break it down, when it really makes sense, like, it is an argument to say, okay, we need to, like, in Germany we have this saying of, you need to swallow one toad, like one frog you need to swallow. And sometimes that's like, yeah, I don't know, extracting something might be the smaller toad, but we need to have an honest discussion about this and take all the arguments and be like really honest about it and yeah, see where it's just distraction to give the shareholders their money. Yeah, I hope I answered all the questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Yuno and Joshua. I think they did the questions justice. And as you can tell, some of these questions, especially, you can resume your seats, are intricate socio-economic questions. And the presentation will be readily available. I'm certain that the Agape Earth Coalition will be able, the team will be able to share that presentation with us so we can get a better appreciation of some of the thoughts and insights that Josh and Yuno have shared. All right, so before we transition into our last panel, which I promise will be a very brief one, I just want to remind us about this feedback form. It has about maybe 9 provisions, just to hear from you on the overall experience, the conference organization, the quality of the sessions, the speaker performance, the networking opportunities. So if you've not been networking, I think you're the reason why you put the comment or the feedback there, as you will. The venue and facilities, the future attendance, what you'd like to see, or would you really attend this conference in the future, but also some suggestions on how we can improve, and additional comments on any aspect that maybe we've not encapsulated in the provision. So that is the feedback form. So once you've filled it, please leave it on the table. Our team will be able to pick it so we can organize the second African Climate Change Adaptation Conference better. As you know, this has been the inaugural African Climate Change Adaptation Conference 2024, and our theme this year has been actionable knowledge for a climate resilient Africa. Okay, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, in the interest of time, welcome our last panel, and it's going to be very brief, so I'm going to invite quickly Mr. Robert Rachira, who is the Deputy ED. A round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Executive ED is the Deputy ED at the Environment Shield, but also he's the former Speaker at the Environment Parliament, a seat I now fill, so he's my predecessor. And I also like to invite Mr. Olau Joel to join us on stage. Please do join us. We had great insights from you yesterday. We want to hear some more of that again today as we wrap up. A round of applause for Mr. Olar as he makes his way. And then finally, in the spirit, of course, of getting more insights from the indigenous communities at the very forefront of the climate crisis, do permit me invite Emmanuel, please do come and join the panelists. A round of applause as Emmanuel makes his way. He'll be sharing with us some of the lived experiences we had from the Gracious earlier, and I will be hearing from Emmanuel in that regard. So this particular panel ladies and gentlemen, is going to be exploring the question on policy and governance. And I know made mention of the vitalness of the critical role that governance plays in climate change adaptation, or basically in climate action. And it is indeed true, because if we do not put in place strong institutions to hold leaders accountable, structures in place that are going to ensure that we use this finance to address the most pressing environmental challenges, the most pressing climate change challenges or problems or issues of our day, then this money will come and will still not serve the purpose. But also, before I get to the panel, I just need to mention, this is a discussion we had last year at the World Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi, but also at the Africa Climate Summit, on the question of de-risking the African ecosystem to attract some of this investment, because we saw that only 13% of the climate finance across the globe came to Africa as of 2023. And one of the reasons, when we heard from some investors, they were saying that the African ecosystem is just too, the landscape is just too risky, and the nature of capital is that, where the ecosystem looks risky, you're not going to have it there. And so how do we sort of cultivate a conducive ecosystem to ensure, of course, through policy and good governance, of course, that looks at accountability and transparency, to ensure that we attract some of that investment and that finance that we need to support the climate finance needs that we need, but also the climate action that we intend to undertake. So I'm going to invite the panelists to just maybe share more about what they're doing and who they are in a minute, and then we'll take a deep dive into our discussion, the final panel we're going to be having this afternoon. So I'll begin with you, Mr. Tirachira.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Howard. I am very happy to be part of the panel. And thank you so much, Howard, for the generous introduction. It feels very happy. I feel very happy when I see my successor moderating the conversation. As I said, I am the former Speaker of the Environment Parliament, but I also work with the Environment Shield, which is a civil society organization on the front line of climate action. About what we do, we use the law to push for environmental justice. We've been doing a lot of work on environmental litigation, but also I coordinate environmental rights defenders, pushing for the human rights-based approach in environmental conservation. And the last time, Howard, you moderated the panel, I think it was in Makere, you reserved the tough questions for me.
Yeah,
I intend, you will spare me.
I intend to do exactly that today, so brace yourself.
But I want to salute Agape for bringing us together, hosting the inaugural African Adaptation Conference. And Howard allowed me to salute all the young people in this room who have been pushing and agitating for issues of climate action. Earlier on, Vincent was talking about our platform of the Green Foundation, where we are always brainstorming about the need, what we need to do to ensure that we push for climate justice. I think, Howard, I thought you would actually help the panelists, the participants to understand the topic we just finished earlier on, because Immaculate asked a very good question, that for a layman or a laywoman, can that person understand the elephant called carbon trade and carbon credits? Yeah. And I think these topics, they are so technical in nature that they are so much alienating in most cases. But on the Green Foundation, one day we had a very tough discussion about the issue of carbon trade, and one gentleman, a PhD holder, said that he can simplify carbon trade as a mechanism where someone can pay you and continue gassing for you, and then he continues paying you gas for you, and at times continue doing that. Of course, sounds quite ridiculous, but Madame at the back asked a very big question, and I'm happy the doctor was very, very clear. The German gentleman was very clear. He said, people in the global north are not actually willing. He was not pretentious. He was very clear that actually this is just driven by profit. So I think this conversation is timely, and I think it builds on what you had, Howard, what you had in Nairobi at the Africa Climate Summit, that we need to continue to galvanize this conversation, especially focusing on what we need to do. And also in the front line, I think it's an opportunity to continue bolstering some of these actions that we've been talking about. And I think when you give me an opportunity to unpack the regulatory framework that occasions this kind of interventions, I'll be able to dive deep into some of those issues. Thank you so much.
Great, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Turachira, and we are delighted to have you. We look forward to hearing more from you. I know what you bring on board, and I'm confident that the audience will be able to benefit from that. So I'd like to invite Mr. Jolar to just, I know he needs no further introduction, but for the formality of it, to introduce himself and what he's doing here. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Moderator Howard. For those who were here yesterday, I'm not now new. My name is Solal Joel. I am a climate activist from the government side. I work in Kotido District Local Government as District Forestry Officer. But when I get to Lira or Lango, I'm a very senior activist. Actually talking to you today, tomorrow I will be in radio, fighting for a clean city in Lira.
Wow. Thank you so much. And Mr. Joe Lara, yesterday you shared amazing insights, and we decided, okay, it's really good to have you back, especially on the question of policy and governance, and we do look forward to hearing from you and your insights. So I'd like to invite Emmanuel as well to introduce himself. Well clad, we can't wait to hear from you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am called Emmanuel Engor Lomoy. I work for Agape as an enumerator or activist, championing in Kotido. So, briefly, I want to congratulate Agape Earth Coalition for the contribution at least that they have shown to the people of Karamoja and particularly Kotido by making sure they invited them to share with them the conclusion of the research that was carried out from Kotido, facts finding on the climate change adaptation approaches. So I want to at least give a credit to Agape and also submit the greetings from the mom who gave birth at the time, at the week of the field, when we were doing the field work from Kotido. Thank you so much.
Ah, that's interesting, isn't it? Okay, so thank you so much, Emmanuel. So we'll begin with Mr. Turachira, just to paint for us the picture of what the landscape looks like as far as the legal and regulator, of course, looking at the institutional framework when it comes to climate change or climate action generally, but also having adaptation in focus.
Thank you so much, Howard. First of all, I sympathize with you because you've been standing since the whole since morning.
I have the infrastructure, don't worry.
You're a man on duty. Yes, I was requesting him to come closer for purposes of the photos. So, number one, we need to understand, when I came in the morning, I was concerned about the energy in the room. Yeah. I felt like there's no vibe that I've always known. That that comes with the issues of the climate movement. Yeah. What is not in the context is that the climate movement is powered by young people, and I must really appreciate the fact that many young people have actually embraced this conversation and have taken it personal, because to them this is about their future. So the discussion about climate change started way back in 1972 in Stockholm. Those who have not traveled like Howard, Stockholm is the capital city of Sweden. And that's the time when the discussion about how we can have harmony with nature started. That's about 50 years ago, 52 years ago. And from there, the conversation sparked off two important developments. One, the establishment of what we call the UNFCCC, which is the United Framework Convention on Climate Change, and trying to focus on how we can, yes, have development, but for the first time, focus on sustainable development. So the UNFCCC established what we call the Secretariat, the UN Secretariat on Climate Change, to try and see how we can prioritize this action. Just closely, there was the Kyoto Protocol that actually sparked off the first conversation that actually has come up in this room about the principle of the polluter pays principle. And the polluter pays principle was born by the contestation between the global north versus the global south. That the countries in the global south were saying we're actually suffering from these effects of climate change, but these effects actually occasioned by countries in the global north. So the Kyoto Protocol gave rise to what now the famous Paris Agreement that we've been talking about the previous panel was talking about the Paris Agreement that was passed in 2016. As you may be aware, in 2015, at the passing of the SDGs, SDG 2030, Agenda 2030, SDG number 13 was at the core of the discussion of the 5 Ps. You know, talking about people SDGs, planet SDGs, peace SDGs, prosperity SDGs, and then partnership for the goals that Howard was talking about. So the issue of prioritizing people, profit, and planet became so critical at that time, and the Paris Agreement came into force in 2016. And Uganda in particular were very enthusiastic about the discussion on the Paris Agreement. First of all, Uganda presided over the global negotiation, because at that time, Howard, the president of the General Assembly, was a Ugandan. The Honorable Sam Kutesa was presiding over all those global negotiations, and the issue of prioritizing climate change was very critical. So the Paris Agreement, having been passed in 2016, created 2 important scenarios. Number one, the issue of the common but differentiated principles. Because remember that the Kyoto Protocol had shown the contestation of the global north versus the global south. So the Paris Agreement said that all of us must take responsibility on how we can actually combat climate change. All of us can play our role. And indeed, there was a creature of what we call the NDC framework, that every country must commit itself, make voluntary commitments towards how we can make a contribution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, Uganda, in 2020, we submitted our first NDC. But as I said, the UN Secretariat is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that your NDC must meet the ambitions. Because, yes, although they are voluntary, but you must make sure that when you aggregate all the NDCs across the globe, they should be able to contribute to the net zero, which is the agenda for 2050, that we must remain, maintain the pre-industrial temperature, which is 1.5 degrees. So when we submitted our NDC, at that time we had committed that we should reduce our greenhouse gas emission to 22%. So it was bounced, and now we had to go back and now update our NDC. Now, I have moved with the NDC framework, which is the updated copy, which I'm going to donate to Agape, because the chairman was saying that they need to focus on evidence-based advocacy. So I'll donate this copy of the NDC from the Ministry of Water and Environment, which is the updated NDC. Now, this adapted NDC is the climate action document that gives the blueprint on how the country is committed towards greenhouse gas emissions. Now, what is very critical is that in our NDC, as a country, we are focusing on how we can reduce our greenhouse gas emission by 2030 to a tune of 24.7%. But also the issue of climate financing. For us to do that, we need to mobilize $28.1 billion to be able to do that. But for us, we need to mobilize 30% of that money domestically, but also mobilize 70% of that money from foreign sources, from the green funds that you've been talking about, Howard. So the NDC framework is a good instrument that it pushes for 3 important pillars. Number one, climate financing, as I said, but also brings out the issue of gender mainstreaming, that we should focus on how we bring everybody on board, gender inclusion, ensuring it will bring on board youth, people with disabilities, women, because we see that, as I said, under the Paris Agreement, there is what we call disproportionate effect of climate change, especially on the vulnerable groups of people. So now the NDC gender mainstreaming framework is what, for example, like now when you see the champions of the earth, young people, these are actually what they are coming into that. And of course, the other issue is capacity building. Now, the biggest thing we have forward is that, yes, we've been involved in some of these conversations, but not everybody of us is really charged with, knows this information, is willing to read this information and be able to be capacitated. So if you go out there in Karamoja, you must be able to understand how the local communities are being affected by these climate-related disasters. So the issue of capacity building is very critical, and that's why you see I salute Agape putting in place this kind of conversation to build the capacity of all of us to say that we actually get this kind of information. So the NDC framework that I would like to request all of us to look out online and read. It is a blueprint for the Ministry of Water and Environment to see how we can be able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And it is focusing on what we call AFOLU, agriculture, forestry, and land use. Now, also under the energy transition, which has been talked about earlier on, the Ministry of Energy has passed what we call the Energy Transition Plan of 2065, that we should focus on the energy mix. And that is why there's a contestation. You've been seeing young people who are coming out demonstrating about issues of eco. whether we should actually strand our assets in the ground and should not exploit these assets and be able to develop, push for the growth of our GDP, growth of the economy, and create employment for our young people, young graduates. So the contestation is that if you are looking at how we are going to mobilize this money for climate financing, how do we do it and how do we ensure that actually we prioritize balancing sustainable development, but at the same time pushing for climate adaptation and mitigation. So the other bit that is also very important is the issue of nature-based solutions. Because you see, over 80% of our economy and our priorities in the country is nature-based. You talk about, for example, agriculture. Over 80% are in agriculture. So what we've been pushing under the NDC framework is should have what we call climate-smart agriculture. Because at the end of the day, when you go down in the communities, many of our people, 67% of our people are in subsistence farming. They are depending on the whole. They are depending on nature, waiting for the rain to come. So when you see you have these devastating effects of climate change, they affect such a big population of our people. You've been seeing, for example, government intervention, for example, under the partial development model, where they're focusing on bringing 39% of our people who are outside the money economy to mainstream them under climate-smart agriculture. So how do we do that? It goes back to climate financing. So the legal and the policy framework that we have as a country, from the National Climate Change Act to the National Climate Change Policy, the framework is so robust and widespread. But the issue is actually not about the absence of the policy. Because we actually know, as we've been seeing the previous panels, that yes, we have this intervention. You talked about, for example, the Climate Finance Unit. It's charged with the responsibility of mobilizing this money. But at the end of the day, if we don't have the money and we speak all this, good English, we do the advocacy, we hold the placards, as long as you actually have the big elephant of unemployment, you actually have many people who are unemployed, you actually have poor people. I've just put out an article that I've just released when I was just seated there about the state of deforestation in this country. You have over 75% of the people who are living their livelihood on charcoal and firewood, using it as a source of energy. I don't know how many of you in the room, how many of you use firewood and charcoal in your homes. So the issue is the reason why people are using these sources, that they can't afford alternative sources. There is a lot of deforestation. So we must be very honest and be very candid, especially when we explore some of these avenues. Lastly, since we have colleagues from the local communities, the local government, we have at the local government level, we have the Local Government Act, which establishes the district environment officer, which establishes the district natural resource officer, but also the district forest officer. Now, this framework at every district, they're supposed to help in working closely with the local communities, especially the local government, to see that we mobilize the local communities, especially creating awareness about these issues of climate change, but also making sure that we educate them, we capacitate them to see that they also get involved. And of course, we have also been advocating for the need to bring on board the religious leaders and the cultural and traditional leaders. For example, like yesterday I was happy when I saw Apostle Grace Rubega here. Yeah. He's very, very influential. We must make sure that we use some of those influential people in the religious institutions, like the bishops, to rally our people into climate action, but also continue, because I've talked about the framework. How many people have, even people in this room, have not seen this framework? It is just at the ministry. So we must make sure that we continue creating awareness of these frameworks, continue to create awareness about the laws, but also continue to sensitize people through the government MDAs, National Environment Management Authority, NFA, Minister of Water and Environment, to see that we bridge the gap between the people and the government institutions like Parliament of Uganda, to mobilize as many people to get involved in this kind of climate action.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Mr. Turachira. I think he has done my question justice on painting for us a vivid picture of what the framework looks like, but also the imperative for us to appreciate the legal and regulatory framework as we have it, all the way from the international to the local level. I think at this juncture it would be prudent to invite Mr. Olar to just share with us how best, of course, and Mr. Turachira has made mention of that, the imperative for us to include and involve the local communities, yes, in the making of some of these policies, and of course the decision making that is ancillary to them. So, Mr. Ola, how best can we ensure that we involve the local communities, many of which are at the very forefront of the climate crisis, in both the policy and decision making?
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I may be coming in a different perspective again, but doing the same thing. This thing we're calling climate change or adaptation is real. Actually, it happened to me this morning. When we went for breakfast, I served some food, which was for Indians. And those people told me it's going to change the climate of your mouth. And indeed, it did. And they went as far as telling me it will even go as far as changing the climate of your stomach. That's why I have to design adaptation, actually mitigation. So I have to be very quick near water. I am not going to talk on the perspective of the global north, the global south, the G word. That one is like trying to blame now. My point is going to look at community level, at individual, society, nation, and the region, and the world over the globe. This thing is real. How can we go about it? And on that note, I want to concur with my sister, who is an engineer here, the electrical engineer, that even if, in our assumption, even if we bring the 8.1 billion US dollar here, that money can even fill this all. If we do not do what I'm saying here, it will not cause any impact. I want to think that he's thinking that way. So it means the level of engagement, the person who are in this matters. Now, this takes me to asking the question, why community mobilization, or why do we involve community in climate change policy and decision making? First of all, the problem has happened and is still happening. And who are causing this? It's we, the community, and in this aspect, I'm looking at community, you being part of the community, the global north being part of it, the south being part of it. Now, the issue is, why must we involve community in policy and decision making? Remember, in this other, my predecessors, these people who presented before, I told you about the carbon emission that a country set their own target. Say, for us as Uganda, our emission reduction target maybe is this amount, maybe 24.7. They look for money from those people. But me and my sister were saying, other than bringing the money here when we are not prepared, how best can we do? On that note, I want to clap on your behalf, Agape, the approach they are using. I want to clap on your behalf. I will clap after this presentation. When Agape went to Cotido, they got me with the RDC. RDC was only 3 days old. And we told them, we are almost tired of NGOs come here and take back their money. Are you coming with business as usual? They said, no, our approach may be different. What are you saying? When we told them, I want to think that we change their strategic vision. They had to do that. That's why you are able to see those episodes, those photos. And if we are to go Agape way, we shall not fail. And we have made it now a point that if you are coming to Cotido, you have to go Agape way. Go, come, identify a problem with us, think of the solution with us, come and analyze this thing, take it back to us, we validate, then you can start on. And if Agape is to do that way, my RDC will smile. All those statements I was making here yesterday will see the change we are talking about. So Agape, you deserve that, and I'm going to take it to the Technical Planning Committee of Cotido, and it will even reach council. After all, my brother there is a very good councillor, and I want to think tomorrow he will be the speaker of the council. Now, the issue is, in our community, our community comprised of, it's a complex and dynamic society. We have the able men, like me and you, who can run, can hear, can talk. Then we have the disabled, the deaf, who see but they cannot talk. We have the lame, who cannot run, but they see. We have the blind, who does not see, but they can talk. All these people have interest, and they suffer most the impact of climate change. It is unfortunate that when we come to decision making, when it comes to policy, they are left out. And that's why most of our intervention, our effort, have failed. This time round, we said, no, let's change our approach. That's why Agape went and was talking to those children that could not run. We were talking to those mothers whom you were seeing the way they were. So local communities are bestowed with resources that was meant to make their life better. But these resources are making their life bitter somewhere. Why am I saying so? In Cotido, there is this thing we call sex for charcoal. Have you ever heard of this? Sex for charcoal. You are seeing me here dressed like this. You can see my color is different from majority here. But when I'm in Kotido, I'm very brown, I'm very handsome, I'm very what? Huh? Now, when I'm there, I also don't want my ladies who are like what like they were seeing. Now, our sisters from Bugiso, maybe Ankole and other places, they go there for charcoal, destroying the environment. Now, because for me, I want also to sleep with a brown girl or a brown woman. She will give you an act and a sack and say, burn for me, 5 bags, you sleep with me. That's what we call sex for charcoal. I fought that with the RDC called Mpibaza Isaka. In Kotido, it was Kotido, Beam, and those 2 districts. So you can imagine the scenario. They bring you an act, give you sack. You are cutting your own tree, using your own energy, tired, you go and sleep with her for that. You see that? Sex for charcoal. You will get someone from Karamoja who will attest to this. So the resources that we are bestowed with, instead of making our life better, is making our life bitter. Now, if you must address a problem, you need to get to the community. You need to engage them in policy processes. Now, what are we calling this thing? We are calling policies. Policy is about, it's like what does the law say? And then the decision is what do we want to see happen? That's how I would define it. It's the action. So that means we need to engage. What do the community want when it comes to climate adaptation? How do they behave and all those things? So that means any intervention that is geared towards elevating or removing these people from the suffering should involve, and they should be part of it, part of them. So to do this, we need to understand community interests. Are we there? Like if Agape did not stop, by the way, when they went to Kotido, they went to a powerful hotel, and they call it more or less like inside here, except it didn't have this soft thing. And we were there, also I was with my petticoat, not like this one, enjoying, and when I was walking down, I was big, because we were from a big hotel. But if they stop at that level, and maybe as few people around, they would also come for what we are calling business as usual. But behind us, even without going to the district, they said, no, we want to get the problem real, and also the solution from those people. You saw the all ED with the team that you were seeing here. They went, and where they went, it's very dangerous. RDC did not tell you that yesterday they killed one of the whatever there in Kotido. And by the way, you're seeing these people. If you annoy them, they will mark you even for 10 years and follow you. If they must kill you, they will kill you, where it is safe for them. That's why they killed the boy yesterday, and they ran in broad daylight in the trading center, and they were not got yet. So we have a task. So now what happened, Agape went to a dangerous place, but they were welcome, and I want to think that even if they go back tomorrow, they will go and sleep anywhere, because they use the best word approach. I want to congratulate you for that.
A round of applause for our colleagues.
So, in other words, I'm saying, when we are to tell a project that get the community into adaptation of climate, we should look at the complex nature of the community, the women, the elderly, the children, the disabled. And then, now, if I must sum up this, I'm saying if the complex dynamic of our community is not properly understood and appreciated, then climate change intervention will not succeed. That's one. Two, if the policies are not properly explained, explanation, because they don't make this policy sometimes. We have the National Adaptation Plan, we have the climate we have the National Forestry Tree Planting, all this aim towards like plant trees, reduce carbon. I am saying if the processes of policy formulation or the laws themselves are not properly explained, adopted, and appreciated by the community, then decision making will be a challenge. If they do, they will be forced to. Then three, if the special interest group I was talking about our pregnant mothers in the society there, who maybe got pregnant because of sex for charcoal. Our children who do not know their father, they are there. Our lame people who are there, they're blind. I'm saying that if they are not involved very well in the process of this adaptation, of course they will continue suffering. The challenge of this climate change or the impact will still continue. And this impact, what do I mean? It will mean more anger, migration, because there will be no effort to liberate them, insecurity like we are hearing in Skotido, depletion of resources, poor yields, increased traffic accident and what, then eventually death. We heard of that life yesterday. So I'm saying in summary that how is it important? What is the rationale of engaging the community in climate change adaptation and in policy and decision making? One, it is very essential for creating effective, inclusive, and sustainable strategies.
Yeah.
Agape. Those strategies, those ways you think that could lead to this adaptation, if you don't involve community, you will not achieve it, because to them, those effective, inclusive, and for it to be effective, inclusive, and sustainable, the community must be engaged. That's one. Two, how do we do that? The approaches. Use what we call participatory approaches. One, community consultation. Go to them, live with them, and agree with them. That is how I was taught at school by a Mugwere man, forestry. And then people appreciate it. So I think Agape has done this. They went to our deepest place in Kotido. They have stayed with them. You were seeing them seated down and talking to those people. The only thing that was lacking there was language. But they used my sister there, this one here. They were able to translate quickly. So go to them, listen to them. This one, this one you saw from the episode. Then another thing is what my RDC talk about. Incorporate local knowledge.
Okay.
Then lastly, collaborate policy development. If you are doing policy, something related to law, what. By the way, there was an NGO that went to Kotido and people say, this law does not work here. The law was talking about women's rights. Then they say, you want us to look to punish our husbands? No, that law cannot work here. Because in Karamoja, like they told you, they are the one who build houses, they are the one who look for food, they are the one who do what. When a man labor to go and maybe cultivate using oxen, that is all. And he goes and sleep under the tree, not even at home. At home there is only Bazes who's inside that manyata. So for them, they told us the law does not work there. So if you are doing anything that involves community, the policy or whatever, do what I'm calling collaborative policy processes. This one, local decision-making bodies should be there. Establish some bodies there, like at the district we can have committees. Involve local leaders and partners. You talk about church leaders here, you talk about who, and I think that is the approach Agape is using. Yesterday, Apostle inspired me here. We saw many persons come here, faith-based, others, NGOs. All of you are talking, I work for this, I am for this, I'm for this. Agape has brought you together. That's what I'm saying here, that the way to go.
Thank you.
Then lastly is that education and capacity building. Do awareness campaign, do the training, do exposure or learning. I want to think that when I go to Kotido, I'm not the same, because this may be the first time I'm sitting in this big hotel for this purpose. I thank you for this.
Wow, quite a bevy of knowledge. Thank you so much, Ms. Solar. And I think at this juncture, it's befitting to invite Emmanuel to just share with us what the landscape looks like, where he comes from, as far as the engagement and inclusion of local communities in policy formulation and decision making. You can just tap it. Okay. Yes. So please do share with us your experience, from the, the communities, the local communities that are at the very forefront of the climate crisis. We're talking about engaging them, involving them meaningfully in policy formulation and decision making. How has that been done, or where are the gaps, and what do you think can be done on your end, of course, from your lived experience to do better in involving local communities in policy formulation and decision making?
Thank you very much, moderator. Once again, I'm Emmanuel Engor. First of all, I want to bring the House to attention that when we talk of climate change adaptation, it is a loud alarm as per now, most especially the other side of Karamoja region. If we are thinking of helping our brothers, all these owls should be turning up their minds to climate change adaptation approaches. I want to call upon all the development partners in this room and the staffs of government, because if I see sometimes the way government approaches certain disasters, like if I can talk of the insecurity that was that side of Karamoja, where warriors were becoming harmed and killing people, rampant raids, the approach of that government used at least helped very fast. I want to call upon government that this is the biggest insecurity that needs all of us to cooperate. Let us have another strategy that is like the one we used to remove the guns in Karamoja. So, to go to my deliberations, I first want to start with how climate change has affected, most especially men in Karamoja. In Karamoja, the insecurity that we always fight for is caused by the climate changes, whereby in dry seasons where people are not able to get food, they contract themselves to raids as an option for survival. This insecurity also has caused death to very many young people, because if I can talk for the case of Karamoja, the elders are resilient to anger, but a young man like me who feels like I should be shooing each and every time cannot accept to sit. What is pushing these guys for raids is that the changes that are always taking place, whereby our hills are not well, which have caused death, and we have lost many of our brothers. That if you can carry another study looking for widows in Uganda, you will find that Karamoja is leading with a great number of widows in the whole of Uganda. This one also has left the men with poor savings. In Karamoja, people don't save. If a disease maybe breaks into the family and it needs an urgent approach, finance will not be there. We end up losing that human being, because something that is produced is too little. You'll get that this is the effect of climate, whereby if the crops do not do well, the little that is produced will be consumed, will only be for consumption purpose. Yeah. It will not go commercial since it is little. So the savings is very poor and investments are not there. No investments done in Karamoja. And then it has also caused divorce and adultery. People are losing their wives and husbands in Karamoja, because now, if you look at a situation whereby the man is there by title in the family, when he's not able at all to help, to provide even salt, you get that the woman is likely to leave this man, or leaves the man in order to look for that one who is a little bit wealthy. So that one is also happening, which is still resulting to violence, because as these men disagree, they end up fighting. And in a fight, not everything goes well. At least something must happen. Our brothers also have moved the long distances, and they have disagreed with the neighbors due to lack of enough water and pasture for their animals in the other land. You get that Karamoja in dry season does not have grass for animals and water. Our brothers tend to move to Asholi, this side of Abim, in search for water and pasture for the animals. Due to that, always it's human nature that jealousy is something that is built in a human being. When our neighbors see herds of cattle of Karamojongs, for them they drive very many cattle. And our brother from Asholi or any other place may not appreciate to be for one individual. They end up forging statements like they have stolen, they have done this, hence disagreeing with the neighbors, and they are forced to go back to their land where there is no grass for animals. So I want to call upon the stakeholders of governments who are here also, most especially the RIDCs, always to mediate very well on matters like those ones, because we end up listening to our communities whereby they may not be telling us the real facts. And then there is starvation. Starvation which has also caused malnutrition the other side of Karamoja. As the head of the household, because I'm talking about men, you find that they tend at least to think of the young ones. The men in Karamoja, majority of them do not know what lunch is. We don't know what breakfast is. The only meal we struggle for as men is supper, where also at times we fail to get. So that's why you get our men very weak, lying under trees at daytime, just because they have no energy to do other things. Then I would love also to share some positive effects, outcomes that the climate change adaptation has also caused. I have seen that our men have also turned up to alternative strategies of survival. For example, also kitchen gardening. It was always a culture in Karamoja that men should not do farming. And if the only way for them to do farming is that one who has cattle, you use the ox plus for plowing. If you don't have, you are not supposed to go to the garden and use the hand-hoe for farming. But now, I'm seeing they are able to move to the garden, at least do some kitchen gardening. It has also promoted equality, since they have seen now that the patterns have changed, whereby when you're growing something little, and little of it is able to ride, you will have poor harvest. I'm seeing now our men are positively come to support women in doing agriculture, so that they do it in large farms, so that when it comes to times of harvest, even if the sun was too hot and it ate on the crops, at least they're able to realize something little from the large plantation that was planted. And then also, they have gone to alternative way of survival, like also cattle trading. Most of the cows that come this side, and I hear people from here say the sweetest meat is that one of the local cows that come from Karamoja. We have also empowered them, and they do cattle trading, whereby they trade with their neighbors from the other side of Napak, Nakapiripirit, Kabong, and sell cows this side. They are so much in that activity, and that's how they are able now to at least sustain their families and now cater for medical bills. To summarize, I want to disagree with the question that someone was like asking the panel that left. That I hear that in Karamoja, that was the panel of those of the Gratias, that in Karamoja, men only lie under trees and they don't do anything productive. That one is a lie. It's a lie. The capacity building that was done, at least by the few NGOs, was able to make the men also active. And as we talk now, for any person that I may access the WhatsApp contact, I may be sharing to you what men do in Karamoja.
Yeah.
It's only demanding for capacity building and continuous follow-up. Because most times we build the capacities, but we don't follow up. This one fails us because we have infected knowledge somewhere and we don't know how it has been used by the person we have given.
Yeah.
So the best is to try following up. So this note that I want to inform the House about is that, knowing very well that Karamoja is one of the areas affected most in Uganda, the survival strategies that men and women have developed, that say charcoal burning, fetching firewood for cooking, and also cutting and splitting wood for fencing their homes, are also so destructive to the environment. I want to call upon the development partners, most especially Agape Earth Coalition, at their time of implementation, to impact so much in Karamoja. As the RDC made mention that Karamoja is highly heated, Karamoja is affected mostly. We need all these development partners who may come to implement any activity of climate change adaptation to focus so much Karamoja. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Emmanuel. And that round of applause is really yours. And thank you so much for sharing with us your lived experience as a man from Karamoja, who clearly is not under some tree somewhere. And you're here sharing amazing and invaluable insights. A round of applause again for Emmanuel for sharing with us his lived experience. So I pledged in the beginning that this particular panel would be very short, and notwithstanding the fact that I would have loved to engage the panel further, I'm conscious and cognizant of the fact that we are time-barred and we still have a number of items on the agenda. So I'd like to invite my panelists to share with us their parting shots, and then I'll be able to guide us on the next bit on the agenda. We'll begin with you, Mr. Turachira.
Thank you so much, Howard. First of all, I'm advised that in Karamoja they greet by saying Mata. So when you are from Mata, what do you reply? Mata. So all of you in the room, Mata.
Mata. Right.
Thank you. I want to salute Agape for using this classic model of community-based approach, because it is the only sustainable way. As you've said, we should do parting shots. Number one thing that we must appreciate, all of us in the room, is that the right to a clean and healthy environment is embedded in our Constitution of Uganda under Article 39, but also under Article 17 of the Constitution. We all have a duty to create and protect this right to a clean and healthy environment. And of course, that is further domesticated under the National Environment Act, where we all as citizens have a duty to play in ensuring that we protect our environment, but also play in a leading role in combating climate change. So as we really go forward, the elephant in the room that we must all interest ourselves, both as civil society, as private sector, and all of us as citizens, is the issue of climate financing. Because, Howard, as you said, at the end of the day, we must have the means to implement all this framework. Because, yes, government wants to mobilize $28.1 billion US. That is a lot of money. But of course, at the end of the day, even us as civil society, we also need to mobilize money. The challenge, Howard, is that there is a limitation on what is called the designated entity, that as a civil society organization, you have to work hand in hand with the designated entity, in this case, which is the Climate Change Department under the Ministry of Water and Environment. So we must be deliberate in building bridges, especially in establishing a collaborative effort, working together with government MDS to see that we push this forward. But finally, the issue of leveraging private sector, because when you look at, for example, the concept of carbon markets, it's a good idea in a way that it brings private sector on board, because most approaches of private sector was so much on corporate social responsibility. But now with the carbon trade, which is under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, but also under Section 30 of the National Climate Change Act, what government is doing is to establish carbon trade regulations to ensure that we establish a viable and robust carbon trade industry. So I think by bringing private sector on board through the environmental social governance approaches, we can be able to have sort of strategic approaches on how we can be able to mobilize money and also help our people, especially people who are involved in agroforestry. They can be able to protect the environment, have these trees, have a clean air, have all this good environment, but at the same time when they're actually earning from the same. So I think for me, as a person who has been involved in this kind of work, I am so excited, especially we have an opportunity to leverage both the African and East African platforms. When we look at, for example, what we are doing, I was with my colleague here from DRC. I've been in the different countries in East Africa just this year alone, in Nairobi, in Dar es Salaam, trying to establish networks on how we can leverage a regional approach. For example, like we have the National Climate Change Act in Uganda. Kenya already has a National Climate Change Act, and they already have amended the act to incorporate carbon trade. We also can leverage other opportunities, for example, across the region, to see that we, for example, like under the East African community, we can have an East African Climate Change Act, which can be able to bolster the East African climate change policy, that we have a regional approach where we don't actually leave anybody behind. But of course, the carbon trade will need all of us, because we're looking at it as a market. We all must be able to go into this trade not as vulnerable entities and small entities, but as a big market of East Africa, and be able to negotiate better for better markets, and of course have better units for on the world market. Over to you, Howard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Turachira. Mr. Turachira, thank you so much for your contribution, of course, to the inaugural African Climate Change Adaptation Conference, but also in the grander scheme of the amazing work you're doing in the country. For example, even in the realm of environmental litigation, I know one of the decisions, of course, Environmental Shield versus, Gawaya Tegule versus Jinja City Council and Zongze Civil Engineering Company Limited, the amazing work that you've been doing in environmental litigation as well. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that donation of the NDC framework to Agape. I hope they'll receive it in good heart. Yes, I think we'll be able to hand that over to the ED himself, so they can be able to share with the team. And thank you so much, of course, for the insights here as well. I'm sure the audience has benefited, but also the contribution you've made to the general quality of the panel and the event in extension. So I'd like to invite Mr. Olar to share with us his parting shots as well.
Wow. Thank you once again. I seem to be having nothing, but let me say this. My RDC yesterday made it in a keynote that African challenge with African solution. Who are the Africans? Me and you. Two, I want to quote from the Chinese proverb that says, a generation start to grow when an old man plant a tree who said is sure he will not sit under. A generation start to grow when an old man plant a tree who said is sure he will not sit under. That means we can do what we're saying, if it is going to cause change tomorrow, even if we're not there. Then lastly, this thing we are calling climate change start with you. And it's either now or never. On that quote, on that note rather, I want to put this, I don't know whether it's a quote, this is from me, Asolal, a climate activist also, that as I grow to attain an adult age, by the me I'm age, here I was the second elder to RDC, but I see some people who are next to us in this room today. So as I grow to attain an adult age, my greatest challenge that keep haunting me as a debt is to change young people in Africa not to suffer problem they are most likely to due to climate change. I beg to submit. Thank you for giving us audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olar, and of course the District Forest Officer. And you can quote him directly, and you say a philosopher once said what he has said. So thank you so much, and also for your contribution to the discussion. Finally, I'd like to invite my friend Emmanuel to share with us his parting shots as we prepare to conclude.
I would love to appreciate you once again, moderator, and the audience. What I can say is that by eyeing everything you're doing, being a doctor, being an engineer in this room, as we wind up with this conference, let us put climate change adaptation as a twin to what you do. Let us incorporate this with all the jobs we do outside, so that we shall be able to work with the community. Because if you're a doctor or engineer, you belong to a particular community where you need this. I am glad to inform you about that. And also to Agape, I would love once again to appreciate you for using Kotido as a case study area, knowing that it is the most affected area. And now, I want to call upon other development partners that when concepts come from local CBOs, still with the same approach to climate change adaptation, please use them. Use them, because this is a big war that deserves all of us. We need each other to fight this battle. If you get rigid to only your own work plan and budget, you may not be in position to achieve. Let's try to achieve together. I want to once again thank the audience for being very good and interactive from the time we began, because I believe this may be the only time I will have with you. Janima says to all of you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel, and of course in extension, Mr. Churchill and Mr. Ola. Another round of applause for the panel as they resume their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that discussion on policy and governance. It's been quite, broad spectrum, trying to unpack. Yes, I would like to invite Mr. Isaac Sentumbe to receive a copy of the NDC framework for Mr. Chirachira. Mr. Chirachira likes the things, the formality of things, so it's on the record. A round of applause, please. Yes, I'm sure the cameramen are on their way. Maybe there's some traffic. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chirachira. And I'm sure the ED has received it and will share with the rest of the team. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been our last panel this afternoon, but also at the inaugural African Climate Change Adaptation Conference 2024. I've had a very singular honor and great privilege of chairing through them. And I would like now to begin to land the plane. And we're going to invite Dr. Dorcas Akurut to just share with us the summary of the key insights and actions from our discussion from yesterday and today, especially today, but also to share with us, what her thoughts on a resilient African Global South, what that looks like. So join with me in a vibrant round of applause as I invite Dr. Akurut to share with us. You're most welcome.
Hello, everyone. I am Dorcas Akurut. I'm very happy to be here. Some people like to call me doctor. I'm a doctor, but even if you don't call me by doctor, I am okay with it. Sorry. I want to thank Agape Earth Coalition for starting up with such a journey. This journey started when it's so raw. I was among the few people that were there when everything was very vague, very unfamiliar waters. It sounded like we were dreaming. It sounded like we were building castles in the air. It sounded like no government would hear us, no leader would come to our attention, no one would join us, but I have come to believe that everything is impossible until it's done. So let me start with the key strategies that I'm supposed to go through. So when I see a future Africa in regards to adaptation, I see an African continent which has been empowered in fields like the agricultural sector. Many of our governments depend on agriculture, and many of our indigenous people depend on agriculture. And agriculture in Africa is rain-fed, so meaning if there is climate issues, it means our farmers are suffering more, it means they are digging further into poverty, and it even means we are moving backwards in terms of sustainability. So when I look at a future Africa, I see that our leaders should incorporate empowering the agriculture sector in terms of widening it, improving the processes in production, mechanization, irrigation. They're asking, okay, we are asking for funds and everything. The funds should not end on only sensitization and creating awareness. We should have innovative plans, like in this sector, what are they going to do? Let me say in Karamoja, where farming is such a problem, what are they going to do? Are they going to introduce drought-resistant crops? Are they going to collaborate with people in the global north to come up with irrigation mechanism? How are we going to solve the problem of unemployment with such a young population? That I'm talking for the entire Africa. Then we should also look at areas like trade. When we are talking of adaptation, Africa should also be empowered in areas of trade. Many of our products that we grow, when they get on 2 stages, they are undervalued. We have many coffee farmers. We have multitudes of minerals in Congo, but it's all about manipulation and exploitation. And in the end, it's mainly developing the global north. I look at Africa where products are made more valuable on ground in Africa. Like if they want to build an electric car, should they do it in Germany? Can they do it in Congo? Can't they do it on an African continent? Does it always need them to ship all the minerals there and then bring back a more expensive car? When I look at future adaptation in Africa, I look at a continent that is lighted up with electricity. We have a big potential for renewable energy as a continent, but we only think in terms of, let me say, planting trees when we are sorting out climate issues. I feel we need to widen and envision also in other aspects. We should look at making the lives of our people better. Electrification is one of them. We have a big solar potential. If our governments could think of, let every small health facility at least have a solar panel to make sure that the newborns incubators are functioning, to make sure that mothers are delivering in electricity, to make sure that students or children are able to revise in electricity and are not only limited to the 12 hours of the day. That is for countries that are around the equator, but others might not have that. So I feel I look at solutions that are going to be centered to the African continent or the global south, but not just about the carbon markets. I understand that carbon markets also will help us in the long run, and they can attract foreign investors, but they shouldn't be at the top of the table. We should be listened to, and we should start the strategies also in a way that can directly benefit the person at the lowermost level. And if we are to talk of carbon markets, most of those investments are quite expensive. People in the most impoverished areas will not start such a project. It will still be probably a Total company that will invest in it, and furthermore pushing most of the bad work that they are doing. When I look at the future adaptation in Africa, I look at education. We have a big climate education gap. Everything I know in climate have learned through research, personal research, through reading what other people have written, and that now depends on your interest. But the way they make HIV common, go for HIV testing, it should be that common to anyone, that climate change is actually happening. Our media has a role to play. Our leaders have a role to play. Every single individual has a role to play. You just have to choose in which sector you will suit in. Finally, our leaders. We cannot move far without the support of our leaders. Our leaders have the power to sit on these tables and define some of those policies and challenge some of those policies. We might be the advocates, we might say so many things, but it's not so easy for us to sit on the final tables where most of the policies are made, and whether we want it or not, they will define us. So adaptation and all future climate strategies will need collaboration of each one of us, national leaders, international leaders, civil society, children, women. Each one of us will have a role to play, and Africa will have a brighter future. So those are my thank you. Those are my summaries regarding the adaptation strategies for the African continent. Everyone has spoken such insightful things. When I heard the young man from Karamoja speaking, he spoke to my heart. In my childhood, I'm from the eastern part of Uganda, and there was real water scarcity, by the way. But because of these climate projects and innovations, there's been a lot of improvement. There've been placement of boreholes, and you see people's lives are better. Sometimes we think that the biggest project needs you to connect pipes throughout the whole village. Sometimes even one borehole can change an entire life. Sometimes one solar panel can make sure a child is born safely. So I feel every speaker has been very insightful. I had never understood carbon markets the way I understood them today. I saw them in a perspective of economics, and it was quite insightful. Before, I was just seeing them like I'm being brainwashed right now. I don't want to take it in. Yeah, but today it was much better. It felt like, okay, the other people might not meet us even quarter way, but at the moment, this is what they're negotiating with. So how do we also manipulate it? What can we get out of it to help our people and to fund any project that is to help our people? Then climate policies, of course, our leaders of government that know so much about the acts that have been going on over the years and are quite empowered. I was actually surprised. Many times when we are interacting with some government leaders, you get shocked that they are not very informed, but the ones of today are on another level, and that is a future for us. That is a future for the climate space. Yeah, thank you so much. I will not say any more, but I just want to thank Agape Earth Coalition for starting such an innovative journey, and we are ready to embark on it with you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Dorcas Sakurut. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that marks the very end, and I would like now to get us to the very last item on our agenda, and that will be, of course, the closing remarks and announcement of the next conference from the ED. But before he does come, I think from my really experience of the conference, I think it has contributed greatly to the furtherance of Agape Earth Coalition's vision, really, of ensuring a major focus to the African perspective to climate change, but also to climate solutions that are tailored for vulnerable communities. So in my assessment, and of course we have the feedback forms, I would like to remind us to do fill them in and share our perspective on what the conference has been like, but also on some suggestions for improvement and any other comments and recommendations that would inform the subsequent African Climate Change Adaptation Conference as and when we do have it. So to get more perspective on the closing remarks from the Executive Director, and also to share with us some insights on what we should expect in the second African Climate Change Adaptation Conference. Join me in welcoming my good friend, Mr. Isaac Sentumbe, who is the Executive Director at the Agape Earth Coalition. A round of applause for Mr. Sentumbe.
Today the mic is longer. Thank you. Yeah. Yesterday I had to bend. Howard, where should I start from? From the beginning. Okay. You know, I asked my good friend on the team, what should I say? Because, you know, inside me, I have a certain mix of things I cannot explain because of how the conference has turned out. But what I can say is I chose to intentionally write down something because I don't want to miss out anything. I don't want to miss out anything. I want to touch every bit of this conversation from the genesis of it. The RDC, our esteemed keynote speakers and panelists, distinguished guests, and valued delegates, as we come to the close of the inaugural African Climate Change Adaptation Conference, I stand before you with filled immense pride and gratitude. In these 2 days, we have engaged in insightful discussions, as you have seen, and engaged in valuable knowledge and forged meaningful, partnerships, all aimed at addressing one of the most pressing challenges of our time, and that is climate change and how it impacts our continent, which is Africa. Firstly, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to our father in faith, Apostle Grace Lubega, a true servant of God, for accepting our invitation and gracing us with his presence. A round of applause for that. Thank you. His contributions to this conference, not only as a spiritual leader, but as a voice of wisdom, have enriched our discussions in ways that will resonate far beyond this moment. I cannot express my expression more profoundly than by committing to implement the key ideas he shared with us yesterday. I would like to extend my deep thanks to the resident district commissioner of Kotido district. That gentleman is a very busy man, but he gave us 3 days. 3 days, 1 day of travel, 2 days is with us. Let's clap for him again. Thank you. He did not only accept our invitation, but he also shared valuable insights and engaging in fruitful discussions with us. Your presence here has underscored the importance of leadership and governance in driving climate action, climate adaptation initiatives at the local level. Thank you so much, sir. To the speakers, panelists, experts, and Kotido District Forest Officer, Mr. Olar. Yeah, his sense of humor is 100. And the entire Kotido team. Let's clap for those. They are very humble, very humble, very humble. I offer my sincere appreciation for sharing with us your lived experiences. We appreciate. Your stories have brought to life the realities faced by vulnerable communities and ecosystems in your region, reminding us of the critical need to anchor our climate solutions in wisdom and knowledge of those on ground, and these are the indigenous communities. I sincerely thank our esteemed participants, you, clap for yourselves as well, who have traveled from within Uganda, because I have met people who traveled all the way from PG, Mbarara. Those from Kenya, I met some boys from Kenya. Where are you? Please stand up, please stand up. Boys from Kenya. You're not one, there are quite many, maybe they're out. Burundi, DRC, my friend from DRC, and another friend here. Thank you so much for coming. Rwanda, I met some people from Rwanda. If they're here, please, could stand up so that people see you. They may think I'm lying. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Tanzania, we have friends from Germany, and Lucia. Thank you so much for coming. They came to attend this conference. Your commitment for being here despite the distance made this event a success. Your presence and contributions have added great value to our discussions, and we are truly grateful. And to my team, the Agape Earth Coalition team, the organizing team, as you may know, the road to this event had a few, as who are born-again Christians, we don't like using the terminologies of challenges. We call them glorious moments. Yeah, we had a couple of glorious moments when we were organizing this event. This being our first event, and with us being young, of course, and relatively having glorious experience, we faced numerous, bumpy situations along the way as we were organizing. But these moments, as they felt overwhelming, navigating logistical matters, managing, resources, and at times overcoming self-doubt. But what has brought us here today is not just the desire to succeed, but the resilience and courage as we hold as a team. It is a testament to the spirit of young Africans, as may have glorious experience in organizing this event, but one thing we did not lack is the determination and courage. And at this moment, allow me to invite all the members on the committee who worked tirelessly to see that we have this event happen. Please come in front so that the rest of the members can see you and appreciate you as well. My administrator should be the one to stand up and call all the members. First, leave the coordinator alone. Yes. Please come. Actually, even the you leave one person on the registration table. All the volunteers come, please. All of you can leave your computers. All of you come. Lead coordinator, we are waiting for you. I would like our people to see. Oh, yes. Okay. I just wanted our amazing people to see the team behind this great work. Hey, Howard, you should be here. I know you don't have this uniform, but it's okay. For matters of, business, you have to put on a suit, please. Yes. So this is the team that I've worked with, numerous calls, meetings, and the comfort, the ambience. You will tell me, I don't know what is in your heart, but this is the team that has been behind everything that we are seeing here. Still, their commitment and determination has produced something that is reasonable to look at and digest. Thank you so much. I know you're not going to say any word. Please go back to your stations. Yes. Thank you. So throughout this conference, we have highlighted the significance of locally led adaptation, ensuring that the voices of those most affected by climate change are not only heard, but placed at the heart of decision making. Africa's strength lies in its people, and empowering local communities. We can shape a future that is resilient and sustainable and equitable. As we leave this conference, let us carry with us the knowledge and insights gained here with a renewed sense of purpose and responsibility. Let our actions speak louder than the words, and let the legacy of the African Climate Change Adaptation Conference be one of hope, resilience, and progress for generations to come. I encourage each one of you to take a moment to connect with someone new before you leave. Share your ideas, more ideas, exchange contacts, continue the conversations that have been started here. Build networks, relationships that are crucial as we work towards our common goals. And without consuming much of your time, I am excited to announce that the next African Climate Change Adaptation Conference will happen next year in Uganda in the same month. The next African Climate Change Adaptation, which will be the second edition, because of a lot of learnings and unlearning, it will be much bigger and better, a lot of things to explore and learn. Communication will be made in the coming months where we are going to be and those who will join us. So look out on all our social media pages. So we look forward to continuing these important conversations and driving the momentum we have built together here in this room. Thank you so much, and may God bless you all.
Blessings follow me. Your goodness and mercy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Someone misplaced this headphones. Please come for them. Thank you.
Dance for Jesus. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers for yes. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers for yes. Dance for Jesus. Cheers.
Partnerships and collaboration. So to enjoy the networking session and the music as well. Thank you.
Misuwa jona jealous Mutwegu no manelese Oh I know what you wekwese Kwekwe vayo jikwe see No Inteka kuchupai Wano muti Wakukuko kusinga bati Nsomo se emigaminchi Manonya masine first lady Hakuna dawa Baby you're the only one dawa Hakuna dawa Udali yomoyo gunuma Hakuna dawa Baby you're the only one dawa Hakuna dawa Udali yomoyo gunuma Tati bote Chikole bote Tabula dagala mubiso bote Tunula mofometa moma dokta Kamata fomite daga Biso jikwata bote